The Zoom will move Africa. There is no way, wherever you are, things will happen. Distinguished guests, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, it is a true honor to join at this important convening of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. Moments like this remind us of the responsibility we carry as the children of Africa, to speak for Africa's present, but also to shape its future. As many of you know, I had the privilege of serving as the African Union's ambassador to the United States. That experience gave me a front row seat, let me say, a front row seat to how powerful Africa's voice can be when it is clear, confident, and united. And all the times I would implore my colleagues to speak with one voice and to embrace our own, which is Africa. Today, I'm humbled to continue that service in a new capacity as the African Union's regional representative to Southern Africa, based in the warm heart of Africa, which is Malawi, in Lilongwe. This new role depends on my commitment to advancing Africa's priorities across borders, sectors, and generations. In Washington, I engaged the White House, the State Department, Congress, think tanks, and civil society. But some of my most meaningful moments were with our African diaspora, whose passion for the continent remains one of our greatest untapped strengths. And one lesson stood out: Africa cannot be satisfied with simply being at the table of global affairs. Africa must be part of setting the agenda, defining priorities, shaping the solutions, and driving partnerships on its own terms. Now we are in a pivotal moment. Let me put it that way. In Washington today, America First continues to shape the policy. For Africa, this is not a barrier. It is an opportunity to study US priorities, identify where they converge with ours, and make sure our voices are heard. This is why preparation matters. Preparation matters on how we are going to engage with the US America First. This is why training, such as the one we are undertaking here, matters, which is there in Algiers. Because partnerships are not won by goodwill alone. They are won through strategy, through knowledge, and through negotiation. And Africa brings immense value to the table. Our critical minerals, the global green transition, our digital transformation is reshaping commerce and governance. Our carbon sinks and biodiversity safeguard climate stability for all humanity. These are not side issues, if I may say. They are central to the future of the world. And they position Africa not as a junior partner, but as an indispensable one. Let us treat this moment not as a business as usual, but as a decisive opening. Let us seize it with clarity, with purpose, and with unity. If we do this, Africa will not only keep pace with the changing world, Africa will help lead it. So how do we move forward? First, by deepening our understanding of US policy framework, so we can see clearly where we align and where we must push back. Second, by sharpening our ability to negotiate, not as aid recipients, but as equal partners. And third, by reinforcing African unity, because our greatest weakness, which I've learned the time I've been in Washington, has been too often been fragmentation. Our greatest strength is solidarity. Colleagues, this is our challenge, but also our opportunity to turn global shifts into durable gains for our people. And the time is now for us to make a difference in connecting and working with the US. Yes, America first, but Africa cannot stand by the other side and just say, okay, there's America first. Africa should work very hard in solidarity to make that difference. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now we will be introducing our next speaker, Ms. Joanna Leblanc. Joanna Leblanc is a distinguished national security law and foreign policy expert, widely recognized for her insightful commentary on international affairs across major television networks such as BBC and Al Jazeera. She has served as a trusted advisor to heads of state, members of the US Congress, ambassadors, CEOs, leaders of non-governmental organizations, and high net worth individuals, offering strategic guidance on a broad array of issues. As a partner of Adome Advisory Group PLLC, Joanna leads the firm's global public policy practice, where she provides strategic guidance on matters including international trade, critical minerals, America First doctrine, debt financing for infrastructure and development projects in emerging markets, sanctions compliance, US legislative processes, diplomacy, and high-level public relations. She also imparts her expertise as an adjunct professor at Harvard University, where she teaches courses on US foreign policy and the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. Ms. Leblanc holds a Doctor of Jurisprudence from Indiana University, Robert H. McKinney School of Law, with a concentration in international law, and a Master's of Laws, George Washington University Law School. And a Master's of Law in National Security and U.S. Foreign Relations Law from the George Washington University Law School. She also earned a Master's of Applied Social Sciences in Public Administration from Florida A&M University and a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Bethune-Cookman University. In 2019, Joanna was honored to deliver the commencement address at her alma mater, BCU, where she was awarded an honorary doctorate degree by the university's president and board of trustees in recognition of her leadership and public service. Ms. Joanna, please join us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elidora. Good afternoon, everyone. As she indicated, my name is Joanna Leblanc. I am incredibly happy to be here today, but most importantly, to be able to present on this important topic. As an educator, my job is always to teach. And even as an advisor to various stakeholders and individuals and entities, my job is always to teach. Somehow, I always find myself teaching. So today's presentation is to, one, educate the public on U.S. Foreign policy, how it's formulated, how it has been, how it is currently, and also to provide you with negotiation tools so that whether you are a corporation or a government, you will be able to properly negotiate and get what you want ultimately. So I am really excited that you all took the time out of your schedules to be here. But before I start, I would like to acknowledge a few people in the room. First, we have Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara is all the way from the U.S. She's in the front. She is the president of the International Law Section at the National Bar Association, which represents roughly 60,000 Black lawyers and judges across America. But what's important for you to know is that under Ms. Barbara's leadership, we recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the African Continental Free Trade Area to support with implementation. So what that means is that you have a group of 60,000 lawyers in America who are backing and supporting the implementation of the AfCFTA. So, Ms. Barbara, thank you for your commitment to our continent, and we're so happy you're here today. In addition to that, we have members of the embassy, the diplomatic corps, the embassy here in Algiers, who are represented. So thank you so much for coming. Okay, so again, the objective of today's presentation is to, one, understand the dynamics of the 2025 America First approach and how it shapes U.S. engagement with Africa across trade, investment, and security. Two, to gain practical negotiation frameworks for advancing African priorities while aligning with U.S. strategic interests where beneficial. Three, to identify concrete opportunity areas from critical minerals to digital transformation to carbon credits where Africa can leverage U.S. policy shifts to secure long-term advantage. So when we talk about this America First, everybody wants to, what is this America First? What is it about? What is happening in Washington? Okay, I'm gonna walk you through the America First approach. The fact of the matter is, from a United States perspective, it's always been America First, right? Because as a nation, your job is to ensure that the interests, your strategic and your national security interests, are always protected. You have an obligation to your people to ensure that engagements that you enter into are beneficial to the homeland and its people. That is a reality, and it is a reality not just for America, but for countries around the world. So what are we seeing now? What is happening? So under past presidents or past administrations, the America First objective has been to maintain U.S. global dominance, national security, and economic interests. Under current administration, same core objective, keep U.S. as the world's leading superpower. So the objective has not changed. It's just a matter of leadership has changed. So what about the branding aspect of America First? Under past administration, rarely branded as America First, right? Framed in terms of global leadership, shared values, or mutual benefit. Whereas under this current administration, which is a bit more bold, it explicitly brands America First as the central slogan of U.S. policy used in domestic and foreign messaging. That's the difference. What about approach to multilateralism, approach to working with the United Nations, the World Health Organization, and so on? Under past administration, engaged in multilateral bodies such as the UN, WTO, WHO, while advancing U.S. interest, work to shape rules from within. Under current administration, very skeptical toward multilateral institutions, withdraws, withholds funding, or sidelines them and prefer bilateral deals. And there are a number of reasons for this. Some of it is the administration has been looking at the data, and the data does not quite reflect the purpose of the U.S.'s contribution towards these organizations and what the U.S. is actually gaining from these various multilateral organizations. So therefore, they must be revisited. We must have different agreements, different parameters on how the engagement will continue, and in some cases, completely withdraw if it does not serve in the strategic interest of the American people under this current administration. What about diplomatic style? I think that's the part that a lot of us are not used to, right? Past administration often couched in cooperative language, even when prioritizing U.S. interests, maintain alliance optics. Whereas under this current administration, it's more direct, it's transactional, it's results-driven, openly ties support to tangible benefits for the United States, right? We have a current administration that is not good with the words, right? In terms of telling you all of the diplomatic language that should be used when results have not been achieved, right? This administration wants things to happen. If we're saying you're going to accomplish X, Y, and Z as a partner and as an ally, the U.S. expects that under this administration. And sometimes, even when you have countries where historically you have American companies that are based there and that are making money, but yet the country's foreign policy may be one that undermines our national and strategic interests, you will see that the administration takes a different position, which is very different because historically, whenever you have a situation where American companies benefit greatly from a particular country, usually we kind of look the other way, and we kind of try to work with them a little bit to see what can be done in order to maintain that relationship because of the American company that is in that country. And you have to understand the connection between corporations and working with Congress to push certain objectives and to push certain policies, which we'll talk about a bit more later. What about trade policy? Under past administration, pursued free trade agreements, but included protections for key U.S. sectors, disputes handled quietly. Well, we saw President Zelensky, how that dispute was handled in the open, right? Of course, it wasn't about trade. It was about it was about the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. But this administration did not mince with words, right? Disputes are handled in the public, right? under this current administration is that robust use of tariffs, willing to disrupt existing trade deals, public pressure on partners for better terms. And better terms mean terms that this administration deems will benefit the American economy and the American people. So we talk about AGOA, right, which probably dead. This administration prefers bilateral engagements versus multilateral trade agreements. So for those of you that do business under AGOA, I highly recommend that you take some time to reach out to your various associations to see what is the step forward. So what about great power competition? Past administration managed competition with China and Russia through alliances, diplomacy, and selective economic pressure. Current administration frames China and Russia as explicit central threats, openly presses partners to align with U.S. positions. That is a fact. If you are a superpower, you want to maintain that superpower, you will have to make certain decisions, and those decisions include using your leverage to get certain countries to align more towards your country versus another country. It's rational, it makes sense. And what about the domestic political audience under the America First? Past administration, foreign policy partly shaped by U.S. strategic, partly by domestic politics. Current administration, foreign policy heavily influenced by domestic voter messaging. Visible wins prioritized for the U.S. electorates. So the American people domestically play a critical role in how the United States engage with its partners around the world. So under this current administration, when it comes to the guide that drives foreign policy, there are three critical questions that must be asked, right? So for every dollar that the United States spends, for every program that we fund, for every policy we pursue, must be justified by answering three simple questions. One, does it make America safer? Two, does it make America stronger? Three, does it make America more prosperous? And as a taxpayer, I can tell you, if my money is being spent abroad when it comes to various international engagements, I want to know, how is it benefiting me domestically? And this is what this administration is ensuring happens. Wants to ensure that before the U.S. invests, it is tied to the homeland, right? So if there's no nexus between the homeland and what is happening internationally, it needs to be revisited, okay, under this current administration. So who are the different agencies that are responsible for carrying out foreign policy in America? You have the Department of State, which are the diplomats here in the front. The Department of State, you have headquarters in DC, the State Department, and you have various missions around the world, and their job is to advance U.S. interest. So every single one of them in this room is here to advance the United States interest. So for every country, the United States has a foreign policy towards that country, right? And the job of the diplomats is to ensure that U.S. foreign policy is protected and that interest is very clear. And then you also have the National Security Council, which is based inside the White House, and they advise the president on various foreign policy related matters. And then you also have the Department of Defense, which manages military aspects. You have the CIA and the ODNI. These are intelligence agencies. And they gather intelligence all around the world, because it is through that kind of intelligence that the United States is able to make informed decisions about the way forward in terms of its strategic relationship with countries around the world. So you have agents all around different countries, and sometimes, and in most cases, well, just every case, you don't know who they are, right? There could be someone who has a shop, right? There could be someone who is a socialite, but they work for one of these intelligence agencies, and their job is to collect and gather information to ensure that the homeland is protected and that our interests are protected as an American state. And then you have the Department of Treasury, right? And then you have the Department of Homeland Security, and then you have the Department of Commerce, and so on. So these are the different agencies that are responsible for carrying out foreign policy. So if you were in Washington and you were lobbying, right, and your issue has something to do with, let's say, trade, for example, you would want to make sure you meet with folks at the Department of Commerce, right, at USTR, United States Trade Representative Office. You would meet with some folks in Congress under the Ways and Means Committee on the House side, and you would meet with folks at the White House, the National Security Council as well, to make sure that you touch on all the different parties and agencies that may have a voice on this matter. So, and you also have the United States Congress that play a role in this process as well. The United States Congress, which is where I used to work as a legislative director, the U.S. Congress has what you call the power of the purse, right? Congress controls, appropriates for foreign aid, defense, and diplomatic initiatives shaping scope and direction of U.S. engagement. Congress has legislative authority, meaning that their job is to legislate, right? Laws, trade agreements, and so on. And they have oversight and accountability. So the U.S. Congress has various committees. Like, for example, on the House side, you have 438 members on the House side, right? And the different members serve on various committees. You have committees on foreign affairs, you have committee on Department of Homeland Security. Just about all the issues you could think of, there's a committee that handles that. And you also have the committee that deals with appropriations, right? So the agencies that fall under those various committees, the Congress has oversight over the committee members within that committee has oversight over those various agencies. And then Congress also has the power to declare a war, right? The Constitution makes it very clear that only Congress can declare a war. Now, we know there have been some instances where that was not always applied. That could be a whole lecture by itself for another day. But while the president is the commander-in-chief, Congress has the constitutional authority to declare war and regulate the use of military force abroad. So, understanding what you know now, what are some of the negotiation framework for Africa? One, when you are negotiating with the United States, you must know the U.S.'s interest. You do not go into a meeting without understanding the U.S. interest on this particular matter. Don't do it. And sometimes it's even useful to understand even the interest of the person you're sitting in front of as well, because that can also influence the outcome. So we must frame African priorities as solving U.S. problems, right? So you find gaps, you identify gaps and say, hey, perhaps this is how we can fill those gaps, right? So know the U.S. interest. It is pivotal before you go into any negotiations, whether you are a senior advisor to the president of Nigeria or the president of Ghana, which I saw a few folks registered from different office of president, before your boss goes to Washington or has a conversation and wants to negotiate with Washington, they must know the interest. And sometimes what the outside world thinks is the interest is not the interest, which is why it's important that you work with people on the ground who are really engaged and involved in the U.S. Policy process. And also to leverage multipolar, right? So U.S. engagement versus China, right, versus EU Gulf competition. You have to find the leverage, right? You understand that. You have China, you have the United States. That means something. It has implications, right? So position your country or your corporation based on this particular point that I just made. And then you have transactional bargaining, right? Clear asks and gives in negotiation. Be very clear about what you want, okay? And also to building coalition. Oftentimes, you know, when I was in Congress as a staffer, you'll see different organizations, different countries come, and they want to lobby on a particular issue. And I will say, well, why don't you form a coalition and lobby this issue? Because it's actually more advantageous when you have 3, 4, 5 countries saying the same thing versus one country, right? So build a coalition when negotiating with the U.S. So these are some of the basic negotiation framework, and obviously it's a bit more nuanced, there's more information, but for the sake of time, we can't go through every single scenario, but these are the things that are vital when you are considering negotiating with the United States government. So at this time, my portion of the presentation is over. We're going to have our next presenter. After she speaks, I will come back up here and then I will open the floor for questions and we will have a conversation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leblanc. So now we'll be introducing our next speaker, Ms. Chinwe Esimai, who would be joining us online. Ms. Chinwe Esimai is a Harvard Law School trained, multiple award-winning attorney, author, and keynote speaker with over 2 decades of experience in law and global compliance. As the first chief anti-bribery and corruption officer, and the first chief compliance officer for legacy franchises at Citigroup, Ms. Chinwe has made history and continues to shape the future of finance. She is the president and CEO of SAFEX Global Advisors, a strategic advisory firm providing a suite of compliance and risk management services to high-growth financial and technology companies, banks, and governments. She is a trusted advisor for firms, founders, and regulations at the highest levels around the world. Chinwe obtained her Juris Doctor from Harvard Law School and her Bachelor of Arts, summa cum laude, from the City College of New York. Ms. Chinwe, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and hello, everyone. Thank you, Joanna, for those initial remarks, and a couple of thoughts that come to mind even before I get into the second half of this program. The first is a conversation I was once a part of when we were evaluating in a global forum a number of innovations. And something that someone said in that meeting stuck with me, and it stuck with me. This was in 2017, and it has stuck with me since. And what the person said in that meeting was, the future of Africa is aid. The future of Africa is Africans holding out their hands and begging for aid. And the reason this individual shared this view is to support the idea that the only solutions, the only technologies, the only infrastructure that needed to be invested in were solutions that had to do with aid, because Africa would be stuck in wars and only need aid from the rest of the world. Now, the beauty of the conversation we're having today is that we're in a very different world. We're in a world where we know that the future of Africa is not aid. We're in a world where the future of Africa is strategic partnerships. The future of Africa is innovation. The future of Africa is opportunity. And so with that in mind, and just also again reflecting, the second idea is reflecting on what my colleague Joanna just shared, is a quote from Nelson Mandela, which said, "I never lose, I either win or learn." So in the first part of this conversation, we learned, we all heard about the US foreign policy. We've come to understand a little bit better what America First actually means. Now, in the second part of this conversation, we'll talk about how we can all collectively win. So here we will highlight some of the critical areas where Africa can focus its attention as we look to continue to build these strategic alliances with the United States. And so America First in 2025 and beyond emphasizes security. It emphasizes secure supply chains, and it also emphasizes, as we discussed, mutually beneficial relationships. So the first area is critical minerals and energy transition. I think anyone who's paying close attention to conversations understands that the US is very keenly focused on critical minerals. And Africa has been very blessed and is richly endowed with vast deposits of critical minerals. So here's an opportunity where African countries can partner with the US currently and moving forward. In addition, with regard to energy transition, there's an opportunity, again, leveraging our key minerals on the African continent to support energy transition goals, whether it's electric vehicles or it's renewables or other resources that are worthy of focus. As it relates to energy as well, carbon credits and sustainability models. Again, in this area, I will say this is one of the areas that's highly underutilized on the African continent. I think there's a key opportunity for African countries to take leadership as it relates to carbon credits by framing measurable, reliable, and verified resources as it relates to carbon credits and sustainability. On agribusiness, we have an opportunity to evolve and develop local processing hubs to meet US and regional food security needs. There's a critical opportunity here. Again, Africa has vast deposits, and there's an opportunity to ensure that the infrastructure is ready for the next chapter. Next, we have, on the next slide, digital trade and fintech. So the US is prioritizing digitization, the US is prioritizing technology, the US is also prioritizing artificial intelligence. So as it relates to payments, trade finance, and tools that are aligned with US standards, there's also an opportunity. Next, we also have vast opportunities as it relates to trade infrastructure and logistics, whether it's the ports, the corridors, or platforms that can ensure reliability, again, as the US looks to diversify supply chains around the world. On the next slide, I'll just highlight some of the risks and enablers. So we need to stay aware of additional policy shifts that could happen. It's very important that we don't get into a comfortable position where we think everything's stagnant now. We know what the lay of the land is. The truth is, the only thing that's certain is change. And I think we can expect that there will be additional changes as well. On the governance and ESG side, there's an opportunity again to address credibility gaps for the African continent. on infrastructure, regulatory, and logistics. I will say there's a lot of interest on the continent in foreign direct investments. And obviously, the first thing that foreign investors are looking for is what's the regulatory environment? What's the reliability? What's the ease of doing business? I think there are a number of opportunities around that, and I think there are opportunities and levers we can pull. So what are some of the enabling moves that we can take under current circumstances? One is to develop robust regulatory frameworks, compliance, an area that I know I've spent quite a bit of time working not only in New York, but globally, and seeing the level of evolution that we have even in countries across Asia that are very comparable to African countries. There's a lot of opportunity to continue to evolve our regulatory frameworks and also the compliance controls. There are opportunities for blended finance and public-private partnerships, whether across investment banking or across the private sector, to ensure that the public sector is enabling finance across the board. Now, workforce certification and technical readiness. I think this is a really critical point because when we have foreign investors or US and Africa partnerships, quite often you find that global companies may send their employees, whether it's from the US or across Europe, to the African continent. One of the things that's really critical is to make sure that the workforce on the continent is highly skilled and highly trained so that we are able to reinvest in our very talented population and to ensure that a lot of those jobs do stay on the continent and help to continue to support ongoing development. Now, what are the strategic takeaways that we've discussed here? I would just highlight 3 of those. The first is that Africa must engage US on mutual benefit. It's very important that we engage on that mutual benefit and not on aid or dependency, but that we think critically about what are our priorities and then how do we leverage those for opportunity. The second is just to realize and recognize, as we've been discussing, that America First does create leverage points. And it's our job to understand what those leverage points are and ensure that Africa takes advantage of those for its benefit. And then also thinking about long-term strategic alliances, and where that advantage is in the policy alignment and strategic storytelling. And as Joanna was mentioning earlier, when we as African countries walk into meetings with American authorities or with American companies, it's very important that we're thinking through the long-term strategic advantages for both sides. And so just moving on to the next slide, we'll just touch on very quickly, and this is the last slide before we take questions and we share our contact information. What are some of the ways that ADOMI and SAFEX 3 can provide, what are the ways that we're already providing support for different leaders and businesses around the world? The first is policy negotiation strategies that are tailored to US incentives and the US government at highest levels. And so as our African countries are looking to identify foreign investors and partners in the US, it's very important that the African countries are getting advocacy at the highest levels as well. So that's one of the things we've been able to help a number of our African governments with. In addition, from a lobbying and strategic communications perspective, when it comes to strategic communications, this is one of the areas where we have identified gaps, where African countries are making a lot of headway, but not necessarily telling the story. So if we're not telling the stories about how Africa is changing the narrative, shifting the narrative, whether through investing in various aspects of infrastructure, and also more strategically aligning itself with foreign players, global players around the world, if we're not telling that story, it becomes really, really difficult to attract investors, because we have to remember that the narrative that a number of foreign investors have in their heads are very outdated. And so we can never overemphasize the importance of thinking critically about being very intentional about our strategic communications across sectors and at the highest levels, whether it's with media outlets or in different communication forums. So we've also been involved in structuring sovereign and corporate deals to help attract US investors. So making sure that we're helping the sovereigns on the African continent identify very highly curated investors, whether it's within investment banking, where I spent a couple of decades, or across different sectors within the US. We've also helped with market entry and high-level investor connections. So with US investors or US businesses looking to enter markets around the world, we help them demystify it, we help them understand the regulatory environment, we help remove roadblocks, we help with the legal conversations, working with local counsel in those jurisdictions, working with the governments as well. We also provide sovereign and corporate advisory on carbon credits and sustainability strategies. As I mentioned earlier, we really believe this is a highly underutilized area in the African continent. As we reflect on the number of foreign companies that are based on the continent doing business, whether it's in the energy sector or various areas impacting natural resources, there hasn't been enough focus and strategic attention towards how we ensure that in partnership between the public sector, the government, and those private companies, that we are pulling all of the levers on whether it's carbon credits, sustainability, or reinvesting in renewable sources and in the economy. Finally, as you can imagine, based on my background as well, we do a lot of compliance-related advisory, whether it's financial crime and anti-bribery, where I spent a lot of time, but just in general, making sure that there's a solid regulatory framework in place. Because when we have weak regulatory systems, what tends to happen is it scares foreign investors away. Foreign investors have a sense that their funds are not safe and that there isn't a predictable environment where they can do business. And so I know I may have gone through that a little bit quickly. We also have, we'll have room for questions. We have our contact information up there as well. Please feel free to reach out to us, whether by email or on WhatsApp. We're very accessible and happy to partner both with partners both in the private and the public sectors. So with that, I'll turn it back to you all in the room.
Thank you very much. So now we'll welcome Ms. Leblanc to give us her remarks. Thank you.
Slide, please. Okay, so as they are working through the technical difficulty, again, thank you so much, Chinwe, for your presentation. Greatly appreciated. So for us, for me as an educator, and for Chinwe as a practicing lawyer, at the firm, what we do all day is we sit down, we analyze situations around the world where people may not feel too good about. We find opportunities, right? So instead of complaining about the challenges, we look for gaps, and then we bring those solutions over to potential clients, governments, so that we can support them in achieving their ultimate goals. So again, today's session was designed just for that. Because we know that there had been a great deal of conversations and misunderstanding about this America First thing. You guys hear about it on BBC, on Al Jazeera, on CNN, on Fox, and I know many people in the world that we're in the line of work that we do, have been asking about it. They wanted it to be somewhat demystified. And as you can see, America First is not new. The only difference is the execution of it. It's nothing new. America has always maintained that when it engages with countries around the world, that its strategic and national security interests are protected, and ultimately the homeland and the people benefit. So this is nothing new. I just want to make sure I can't re-emphasize on that enough. So at this time, okay. At this time, I would like to open the floor for questions. A number of people submitted questions in advance, but I'll allow those of you who are in the room who may have questions to go ahead and ask. So as private sector folks, right, the question is, how may we assist you? What questions do you have? How can Chinwe and I assist you? What, during our presentation, you did not understand? What do you want us to elaborate on more? How may we assist you? Don't be shy. Yes, go ahead.
My name is Phillips.
Yes.
And the name of my company is White Rock Agro Allied Services, Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria. Now, in Africa, with special reference to West Africa, generally, the government are embarking on the policy of discouraging the export of raw materials. That is raw materials in its raw form. Now, what that means is that you have to process or partially add value to some of those raw materials before you take them out of the country. Now, my question is, for me as an agro processor and a value chain expert, I've spent a situation where we set up a hub in some of the states in the US, one, and if that's the case, how do we break through? How do we go around the policy, the tariff policy, for instance? Now, because if you have such up, we're able to aggregate a lot of raw materials in its semi-form into the US market, and then what that will do for us is to attract investment into Africa or West Africa, as the case may be. So what help do you have in this regard? That's number one. Number two, if you look at some African countries, the US policy, the current US policy, I don't think is 100% favorable, especially those aids that were being granted farmers. All of those things have been stopped. We're appealing. My question is, the second question, what are you doing to ensure that this aid returns to Africa? Because from what I heard from the second speaker, he said policy must it must be policy that ensure that America is stronger, America is safer, America is more prosperous. I think this policy have alliance with those three ingredients you just mentioned. So what are you doing? What assistance can we get through you guys to ensure that this aid return to Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Should I go ahead? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for that question, my Nigerian brother. With regard to the manufacturing within Nigeria and some of the local policies, I think again, it will be very specific to your business, where you are in your business and where you want to go. There are opportunities to incorporate subsidiaries in the US. There is also going to be a need to analyze some of the trade agreements that are already in place. We would need to look at, I know Joanna mentioned earlier about AGOA, but again, there may also be opportunities to strategically partner with specific US firms in your industry. So again, it would really depend on where you are, both in terms of branding, where you are in terms of your business, and then market positioning will be very important as well. And so I think there are opportunities there, but it would be very important to look into the current free trade agreements and where, how exactly those would apply to your industry. With regard to aid, again, that's a very challenging topic. We obviously cannot make any declarations about the changes in the aid policy. As you have seen, there were a lot of changes that were made, again, looking to align with strategic American interests, so looking at how some of what was happening overseas was aligning with the US. Personally, I do think it was a bit of a point of a correction, and it would be important to look at, over time, how things stabilize and how they evolve in the future. But it would be very difficult for anyone to make any guarantees about bringing back aid. But with regard to what you described with your business, I think we can definitely speak in more detail, but those are the main areas that it would be important to explore.
And then if I may add, thank you, Chinwe, if I may add to that, I think your question deals, at least some elements of it deals with country to country, right? As I mentioned earlier, we know that AGOA expires September of this year, which is this month. There's a possibility that there might be some extension, but we don't know. But what I do know is that this current administration prioritizes bilateral agreements versus multilateral agreements. AGOA is multilateral because many countries on the continent are beneficiaries to it, right? So it might be something that your government consider to negotiate a potential free trade agreement with the United States. I know the government of Kenya under the first Trump administration was in the process, actually they had finalized a free trade agreement, and then government changed and it was never implemented. But right now, Kenya is in the process of negotiating an FTA with the United States. So I think that, again, understanding the US preference, right? The preference is not multilateral, it's bilateral, right? So let's see how potentially your government could engage in a free trade agreement with the United States or negotiate a free trade agreement. And then in terms of, you made a comment about the minerals, right? Resources on the continent, right? So one of the most transformative continental policy that exists is the Continental Free Trade Area, right? You're talking about a trade law with various protocols attached to it that has the potential of increasing the collective GDPs of African nations by more than 3 trillion USD, right? And in addition to that, we're talking about lifting more than 30 million people out of abject poverty. So the continent has an agenda to engage in intra-Africa trade, right? Meaning that we trade with each other, with other nations. Now, obviously, we all know the challenges, the gaps, right? Infrastructure issues, visa issues, and a host of challenges, right? But nonetheless, this is a transformative agenda that will move the continent forward. So as nations around the world or implemented policies that may not necessarily be in the favor of various countries, look to your neighbor and trade with them, right? And I can say this, I'm not a U.S. government official, I'm a private sector person, right? And our job, in most cases, is to give clients options on what they should consider. So you do have the continental free trade area for countries to trade with each other. And it's a continent of 1.4 billion people, so the market is huge, it's significant. But obviously there are some challenges that must be addressed in order for the AfCFTA to be truly implemented and realized. So at this time, I would like to open the floor for the next question. Thank you for your question, sir.
Hi, my name is Saleh Hawi. I'm Algerian from Algeria, the American Chamber of Commerce in Algeria. My question is, do you think that the current American administration will be in favor of a U.S.-Algerian double taxation treaty? Do you think that the current American administration will be in favor of the U.S.-Algerian double taxation treaty for two reasons, according to your presentation, Joanna? Is that the first one was the Algeria has got already a double taxation treaty with China and with Russia, with another 37 countries. And the second one, you said earlier that it has to be specific and very direct with the current administration. It is that it make already both investors from both countries twice more expensive, because since the investor will be paying taxes from the other sides of the countries, if an investor comes and there is no treaty between the two countries, you'll be paying taxes in Algeria as well as in the United States, and vice versa. So that's my question.
Thank you for that question. I will touch on some aspect of it after the session. We can speak one-on-one, because there's some sensitivity around that. But you asked a two-pronged question. I lost my train of thought on the first prong. Chamber of Commerce, correct? Sir, could you please bring back the microphone, please?
The American Chamber of Commerce in Algeria, the AmCham.
Yes. No, you asked a two-pronged question,
Yes.
right? What was the first prong again?
The first one was the double taxation treaty, because you said earlier that according to the double taxation treaty is that we in Algeria already signed the double taxation treaty with China and with Russia and with 37 other countries, which make them already more competitive. And the second one is that by not signing the double taxation treaty means that, you know, any investor from other side of the countries that will be paying taxation on, which makes us or the American investing here already more expensive when it comes to that, when it comes to investing here in Algeria.
No. Thank you for repeating your question. Sometimes I tend to lose my train of thought. As I said earlier, we'll talk offline together on just some sensitivity around it. But what I will say is that under this administration, in terms of agreements, as I said earlier, this is an administration where, unlike other administrations, in order to have a negotiation or some kind of deals, it goes through so many different agencies, right? Congress has to say a say-so. The relevant agencies have to say a say-so. Meetings after meetings after meetings, right? Whereas under this administration, I think it's both good and maybe sometimes bad, that you can actually walk in and walk out with an agreement if you're focused and strategic enough, right? That's good. But on the flip side to it, for some, they may say it creates a level of uncertainty. Like, for example, Brazil has been imposed a 50% tariffs, right? Which we know the American consumers drank a lot of coffee from Brazil. So what does that mean for the rest of the world, right? Places like Kenya, Ethiopia could leverage that 50% tariff that's been imposed on Brazil to then start bringing their coffee into the U.S. market. But what happens if the president of Brazil goes to Washington and strikes a deal with the president while your coffee is en route to the United States, right? So that's kind of like the uncertainty. So it's both good and and bad. But nonetheless, I think government-to-government engagement is always the best. And when you're doing government-to-government engagement, and even as a chamber, I always say this: hire people to work with you, right, who understand the terrain of Washington. Washington is a place that, unless you've worked inside some of these institutions, it can be very tricky. So my law school training did not prepare me for how things actually get done in Washington. It was not until I started working at the U.S. Congress as a legislative director, being a liaison to the White House, the State Department, and various agencies, that I really understood how things get done. So it's important for governments, once they've identified what they're trying to achieve, and not just governments, even the chambers, right, and the different corporations, you work with individuals and firms that actually has the expertise, right, to be able to position you for a more favorable outcome. That is vital, because oftentimes you meet with folks, again, as a senior staffer, I would meet with people from all over the continent, government officials, companies, or whatnot. And they would come to the office and they had no idea what the U.S. priorities were. They had no idea. If you're going to negotiate and engage, even with the point that you're making, right, you must understand what are the priorities. And then from there, you can build a strategy on how you could potentially garner a favorable outcome. So thank you, and we'll discuss the other prong one-on-one. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Wale Famariwa, and it's great to be here. I was just taking another look at the theme of this gathering, which is turning policy shifts into strategic opportunities. I really appreciate the example you cited with respect to Brazil and potentially what it could mean for African exporters of coffee. And I was wondering if you could just take a moment to highlight from your experience under this administration the opportunities, some opportunities that you have seen that potentially Africa could leverage given the new regime we're seeing in the United States.
Yeah, I think Chinwe can respond to that. I think that was part of her presentation. So Chinwe, you have the floor.
Yes, just to the point of you were making, I think there are, for example, if we were to take carbon credits as an example, where there are policy shifts in the US and people may think, for example, sustainability may not be as much of a priority. We don't believe that Africans should just look at that at face value. So for example, as I was mentioning, we have a number of global companies that are doing business on the African continent. And those global companies have sustainability priorities that they've committed to in the long term. And a number of these companies are still prioritizing sustainability as a focus area. So whether it's carbon credits or similar opportunities, African governments can take advantage of the current situation in making sure that they're crafting very strategic carbon credits priorities that work with those international companies that are doing business on the continent to ensure that the African companies, and we've had several engagements with different countries, including in Latin America, who are actively taking advantage of this situation to raise capital for infrastructure projects. And so I think that's something that we've done, and again, we can work offline with folks that are focused on that space. But that's an area of opportunity where there is a policy shift and African countries can be a little bit more intentional in working with global companies that are doing business on the continent. For example, take Coca-Cola, who uses a vast amount of natural resources such as water for manufacturing and production. There are specific strategies that African countries can implement in working with a company like Coca-Cola to ensure that that company is reinvesting in renewable opportunities on the continent and also reinvesting in whether it's through carbon credits or renewable energy sources. So that's just one example, and I think there are many. Digitization is another one. I know I mentioned that as well. That's an area of enormous opportunity because the administration is prioritizing. I'll give you a financial services example. The prior administration, there was a lot of pressure on things like digital assets and cryptocurrencies. This administration has done a complete turnaround. There's been radical advancements in the area of digital assets under this administration. We know that in Africa, there are a number of countries. If you look at Nigeria, if you look at Kenya, you look at a number of countries on the continent, digital assets are also a very strong and active space. So how do we make sure that our companies, our startups that are investing in digital assets technologies and fintech and other aspects of digitization, that they are taking advantage of the fact that this administration is open and supportive of digital assets and is open and supportive of fintech and digitization. So again, those are just two areas that we've seen radical shifts that are presenting massive opportunities.
Thank you, Chinwe. And one of the things that I think it's important for those that are interested in doing business with the United States is follow what's happening on the ground. Things are moving rapidly, right? Today's policy may not be tomorrow's policy in some instances. Follow what's happening on the ground and look for gaps, right? Especially if you are a business where you sell goods around the world, identify where are the high tariffs, where are they? And who are they selling to? And who imposed those tariffs? You might be the alternative, right? Because at the end of the day, what we do know is that the tariffs that are imposed are ultimately passed on to the consumers, right? And consumers don't want to pay a lot of money. They want to keep their money, right? So I think that's important, just to make sure you stay abreast of what's happening in the U.S. And figure out where are the gaps and how can you position your company, your country, your trade organization to fill those gaps, right? Just for me in life in general, I never see problems. I never see problems. The whole world could be on fire. I see an opportunity, right? I never see problems, right? So if you look for the opportunities, you will see them. But if you choose to look for the problems, that's all you will see. So with that being said, next question, please. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nini Farid from Algeria. Why do we observe a lack of support from the U.S. administration for direct investments outside of the oil and energy sector in Africa and Algeria in particular? What?
Could you please repeat that? Oh, tu parles français?
Oui.
Dis en français, s'il vous plaît. And
pourquoi on observe que l'administration américaine n'investit pas dans des secteurs à part l'énergie?
Excusez-moi, vous pouvez répéter s'il vous plaît, je ne vous ai pas entendu.
Pourquoi on observe que l'administration américaine n'investit pas?
Approchez votre micro.
Pourquoi on observe que l'administration américaine n'investit pas dans des secteurs, à part le secteur de l'énergie, et elle n'investit pas dans des secteurs, par exemple les prestations, le fintech, je ne sais pas. Elle investit seulement dans le secteur de l'énergie, en Afrique et surtout en Algérie.
Donc en Afrique et surtout en Algérie. Okay, so he is saying that why does the American administration only invest in the energy sector, mostly in Africa and Algeria? Why not in other sectors, for example, in fintech? That's what he said. That's his observation. So he would like to understand why.
No, I think that's an excellent question. As you know, there are 55 countries on the African continent. We are familiar with the U.S. priorities towards some of the countries, not all of them. In the case of Algeria, we don't know why that is, so I don't want to give you a wrong answer. But the U.S. Embassy is right here. You can ask them because they're a representative of the Trump administration. So afterwards, you could ask them. Okay, next question, please.
Hello, I'm Sausen. I'm a Tunisian social entrepreneur and I run an incubator to support social enterprise. I was wondering how much the US new administration still care about human rights and doing business with countries with bad human rights records.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. We saw that there was a great deal of cutback from USAID and some of the organizations that was providing aid to the continent. But what we did see, though, however, was that there was a reverse in policy in terms of providing support for those who are HIV positive, which is making sure the rights of those people are protected, that they have access to medical support and so on. So there has been some changes in some of the different areas. Like, for example, you had countries that were promoting maybe LGBTQ rights, and it's not consistent with the objectives of this administration. And it's nothing new, by the way. Every administration that comes on board has its set of priorities, right? And there are cuts that are made. There are increases that are made. And it's nothing new. It happens under every administration, right? So I think that to some extent there are some concerns because there was a reversal of policies to ensure that those who are HIV positive receive some level of care and that there's some funding available to various countries. So that's to the extent that I can respond. Okay? Thank you. I hope that helped. Next question.
Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm Mr. Lopez from France. Maybe I represent the Algerian diaspora as well. So I'm happy to be here because I am proud to represent maybe a little community. I wish more for this community, beautiful community for Algerian people. My question is very simple. Since 2 days, I come as freelance and I simply ask different young peoples here in the saloon. I think it was amount maybe more 10 Algerian startups, right? In food truck, for instance, in industrial, in trade, different buyers or sellers for different products. It was very, very interesting. I need to urge them. I need some different information because these people are still waiting for a contract. What I mean is, I just keep in touch yesterday with the group Arabic British BACB. Network is based for principally, I think it's Libya, and for the different countries in Africa. They don't work with Europe, not yet, but they work with Turkey. So my question is how to help these young startups, Algerian as well, because they're waiting for a contract. They need to be to get a trust with this group like BACB bank, and I'm wondering if there are other simple connection with other different bank. I saw, for instance, yesterday, Vista Bank, if I'm not wrong. I didn't communicate yet with them, So I think if I have time to talk with them in order to find some solution, some connection with the Algerian startups. The main solution, we have no enough time. I mean, if I'm not wrong, we have today, so we need to be very rapid. Lady, thank you thank you very much for your attention, because if I understand, you are working with America, right? Just America? Okay, okay.
I represent a private sector, a firm in the United States.
Perfect. So, if I understand, you are interested. I mean, if we get connection with this young startup for different fields, we can conclude a contract, right?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, so it's just only for America.
Let's talk offline, because I think there might be some complexities around your question. So let's talk offline, okay?
Okay.
So thank you so much. I appreciate it. So before I go to the next person, the person before her who spoke asked questions around human rights and the cut of funding. During my presentation, I talked about there are 3 guiding principles, right, that dictates foreign policy under this administration. So for every dollar the United States spends, for every program the United States funds, and every policy that the United States pursue must be justified by answering 3 questions. 1, does it make America safer? 2, does it make America stronger? 3, does it make America more prosperous? So always use that 3-pronged test when you are analyzing U.S. foreign policy or your country's policy towards the United States, or when you are assessing the different types of programs that may have been impacted by various cuts through this administration. And be honest, right? Does it help us or does it help the United States, right? How does it, because if you were on the other side, right, that's how you have to think about it. If you are on the other side and you're financing a project, for example, right, you will want to know how that investment is going to strengthen you or your industry or your company as well. So always think about it objectively, right? And look at those three analyses. But of course, we live in a multipolar world and we are interconnected. Let's make no mistake, we are interconnected. And I think anybody who fails to understand that probably was not around during COVID, right? Because we saw how one person was infected in Wuhan, China, led to the collapse of our economies, led to the death of millions of people in the United States and around the world, right? So we have to invest in some of these programs to ensure that we're all safe, right? So let's not kid ourselves, but at the same token, I think it's important that you go back and look at those three questions that the State Department looks at when assessing U.S. foreign policy towards other nations around the world. Someone else had their hand up? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Opiongo. I'm from Nigeria. My question is around, I don't know if you said it because I came in a little late when you are winding up. This question around if America has a strategic policy framework and engagement framework with regards to African countries that are interested in producing and processing critical minerals and transition minerals, and also around issues of trade infrastructure and logistics.
Chinwe, would you like to answer that?
Yes, and just very quickly, as we had discussed earlier, yes, those are all, the areas you mentioned are all areas of priority for the U.S., the current U.S. administration. And so the second thing we've also talked about is for individual countries, it's been very important to the administration to have bilateral conversations where the US administration is speaking to, in this case, it would be Nigeria, around whether it's critical minerals or logistics or some of the infrastructure development initiatives. But one of the biggest takeaways that we've highlighted is when companies or the country is going into those conversations is making sure that there's an understanding of what the US's priorities are. So depending on what the critical minerals are, what is the US looking to accomplish from those negotiations? And then keeping in mind the country's own interests, making sure that the African country walking in also knows what is most important for that country to accomplish. And so I think that the short answer to it is yes, we do think that those are very core priority areas for this administration. And I would also say, because I don't know that we've really made this strong tie, is with regard to the business initiatives, whether it's critical minerals or infrastructure, when the US is thinking about the African continent, there's a strong prioritization of security as well. So as you're thinking through what the African priorities are, keeping in mind, and really that goes to the first prong that Joanna shared, which is, does it make America safer? So sometimes that could look like investing in specific critical minerals that support American production or support American defense or different priorities that the US may have. So I would say short answer to your question is yes, and we can obviously do more as needed.
Thank you, Chinwe. And as it relates to critical minerals and how I talked about earlier how this administration is, it has to be mutually beneficial, right? So we look at what happened we look at the critical minerals deal with DRC and Rwanda, right? So, I mean, DRC is literally giving the U.S. access to $24 trillion worth of critical minerals in exchange for support, right? In exchange to bring peace, right? So it's a negotiation where you may not agree with it, I may not agree with it, right? Human rights groups may not agree with it, but the two parties that are in leadership have come together and they have sat down and they have said, this is the type of engagement that we're going to undertake that would be mutually beneficial for both nations. So critical minerals for peace, right? So when we talk about administration being, making sure that it's mutually beneficial, this is an example of that, right? So when you're going to the negotiation table, as a government, you want to look at what are your assets, right? Because the world is changing, right? The United States way of executing U.S. foreign policy has somewhat shifted. So you want to ensure that to maintain the relationship and to maintain and to be able to receive the benefits that you are hoping to receive as a state or as a corporation, that you really assess the situation and assess what is it that you can provide in exchange for something else. Like we say in law, quid pro quo. But in any event, I have a number of questions that were submitted to me in advance. Okay, let's see. Chinwe, this question is for you. Marquis asks, as global markets evolve, what are some innovative ways Africa can position its sustainability and infrastructure projects to attract long-term investment and complement U.S. private sector priorities?
Yes, so thank you for that, Joanna. So I think and at the risk of, I don't want to repeat myself, but as it relates to sustainability, I do think that the private sector priorities continue to be, those are still there. So they haven't gone back on their commitment. So you have certain companies that have certain reduction targets for a certain year. They're still moving actively towards those. And so when an African government engages with those private sector entities, the African government should be thinking about acquisition of carbon credits themselves. They should be thinking about how those companies can reinvest in the economies, and they should have very specific priorities around sustainability that would then enable the African countries to raise funds to invest in infrastructure projects. Now, some of this ends up being very industry specific. I know I mentioned Coca-Cola, not just to pick on them, but because it's one of the companies that I think we're all familiar with that has been very active on the continent. A number of the energy companies as well, the big ones that you would all think about, that have been very active on the continent as well. I think most of these companies have set carbon targets. They've set sustainability targets. So African countries need to have a very direct strategy with each of those countries, going by industry. You start with energy, you look at manufacturing. Within manufacturing, you have companies like the bottling companies, Coca-Cola, you have the beer manufacturing companies. These are all opportunities where African countries can set specific targets with these companies, come up with strategic goals around sustainability, and leverage those interactions to raise funds for infrastructure projects. Again, this is something we've seen done very actively in Latin America and hardly at all on the African. I mean, we do have a few examples scattered, but I do think there's an opportunity for even more. And as it relates to financial services, one of the things that I would just emphasize, I think we have some.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me, okay. I heard something else feeding into the sound. When you think about, for example, financial services, a number of countries have a central hub for foreign investors and are able to identify a pathway. So if someone's a foreign investor, a foreign company, they have a central point of contact within the African country. I think that's really critical, and that's an area where there are a lot of opportunities as well. So some companies, foreign investors coming in, they may identify, for example, that there aren't, what's written in terms of the rules are not really the way it works. So what's on the books versus practice are very different. So I think there's an opportunity there for our African countries to really centralize and shorten and quicken the way business is done. As Joanna was saying, the current US administration doesn't believe in red tape, so they're looking as much as possible to cut out the noise, to be clear on the priorities, be clear on the process, where if the priorities are aligned, the president is applying common sense and saying, let's move into action and let's accomplish the business and strategic objectives that are mutually beneficial. So I would say it's very important as African countries that we start to think accordingly, making sure that we are able to make the process smoother across the different sectors.
Excellent. Thank you, Chinwe. So we have 2 questions left. I will take one that was submitted in advance, and I will take one from the audience. Any other questions from the audience? No? You? Yes, sir.
Do the American administration think about...
I'm so sorry. Could you please pass the mic to him? I'm sorry. No, it's fine. It's 2 questions I have left. One for the audience and one. He asked already earlier, that's why. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My question is very simple. What is the appetite of U.S. companies to do joint ventures with African companies? Because private sector is the engine of the economy. All the policies, all the political side is important, yes, but the real private sector is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. Chinwe, would you like to answer that?
So I think the audio cut out. I did not hear the question. Can you repeat the question, please?
Microphone.
I can't hear.
Hello.
Do you hear now?
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear at all.
Okay.
Okay.
I guess I'll answer. Okay.
Can't hear.
Go ahead. No, I'll answer. So I think that, again, The private sector wants to do what? Want to make money. That's the essence of companies, to generate revenue, right? So our firm, one of the services that we provide is we bring delegations to the continent, businesses that either want to expand, that either want to work with other companies on the continent, to do just that, to explore what opportunities are available. And if there are opportunities to generate revenue, and there will be a return on their investment, I think that companies are open to it. However, I think your question is tied to the last question that I'm going to answer. And this person asked, what are the most effective steps African nations can take to build investor-ready local environments, from financial services to regulatory frameworks that both attract U.S. investments and advance Africa's long-term development goals? Okay. So from an investor's perspective, before they go into the market, there are a number of questions that they ask. And they usually come to our firm and ask us these questions. And we have to do an analysis, do some research to provide them with the most accurate response to their concern. One of them is, this particular country that we're interested in going into, is there political, well, first and foremost, can we make money in this sector, in the country? Once we've identified, yes, you can make money. Secondly, is there stable government in that country, right? And the reason they want to know is, sometimes we see from presidents to presidents, the agreement you may have with this government may no longer be applicable under the other government. So they want to know, is there continuity? Is there political stability in the country before they go in? And they also want to know about the judiciary, right? Because whenever you're engaged in business, litigation will arise. So the question is, if litigation were to arise, will I get a fair hearing in court? They want to know, is it free and is it fair, right? So once we answer those questions, then the company is now ready to go into the country to visit, and we do additional research. So those are important. So it's important that the governments create an enabling environment for foreign investors to come in and do business. And it's also important that, and I think my colleague Chinwe talked about this earlier, that governments also invest in the strategic communications of their nations, right? It's a big world out there with 170 plus countries, right? And people want to know, investors want to know, what is it about your country that is attractive, right? And in particular, when it comes to the business side, oftentimes you have government, you have businesses that are doing very well, but where are the success stories, right? So perhaps the governments, and because I think it's tied to creating that enabling environment, because it's not just from a legislative perspective or from a legal perspective, but it's also from a public relations perspective as well, making sure that there are success stories. Maybe you work with the Chamber of Commerce in your respective country, or you work with the Ministry of Trade, and there is somewhere on the website that highlights a number of success stories from people came from different parts of the world, and they invest. And I'll tell you this: a lot of the reluctancy that exists when it comes to investing on the African continent comes from perception. We have, at our firm, one of the things that we pride ourselves on is we don't only support businesses, governments, and so on. We also do business on the African continent. Many of us at our firm. In fact, one of the gentlemen, one of our managing partners, owns a resort in Accra, Ghana. And he will tell you, he would have never been able to to reach that level of financial success in such a short period of time in America, in this particular industry. So the opportunities to make money is there, right? But governments, Chamber of Commerces across the continent, and private sector individuals have an obligation to ensure that the story of your country is being told as a way to attract investors into your country. That is vital to your success. And I'll say one of the reasons why America is such a great nation, besides our military might and so on, when it comes to branding, we're really good at it, right? We're really good at branding the United States. And I think that is something that could be learned from around the world, because oftentimes what you see is governments and corporations, they tend to be more reactive than proactive. You have to be proactive in attracting investors. So even when the investors are not coming, you still need to lay the foundation and create that enabling environment so that they can one day come. So it's vital. Chinwe, before we close, would you like to add to that?
I would just echo everything that you said. The piece around perception, I think that's something that we see time and again, where African governments, for example, or leaders from various sectors visit the US but don't fully leverage the opportunity to tell the stories about the strategic priorities that have been discussed with the US, and also some of the accomplishments on the continent. So that continues to be an area where we can, and again, we can't overemphasize it, only because I think for our African countries, because we know those countries so well, we assume that the rest of the world knows as well what's happening outside of Africa. So it's very important to tell the stories.
Thank you, Chinwe. So at this time, I think we might have, we might be able to answer 2 more questions. We have a bit more time left. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Mejdi from Algeria, working in the private education sector. You mentioned the importance...
I'm sorry, you work where?
The private education sector, plural.
Okay.
Yeah. So you mentioned the importance of perception. I was wondering, when we talk about the vision of America and Africa, so Africa would like also to be more prosperous, stronger, safer. So there is an alignment here, yeah? So my question is, have you identified any divergent or misaligned priorities between Africa and America? And what are you doing to address them? I can give you just a concrete example. For example, food security is a top priority for Africa and also the United States. Are there any, as I said, divergent priorities? For example, for Africa, education and training is very important. Yeah, and I believe it hasn't been emphasized enough. So what's your take on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question. And I don't think that Chinwe and I are probably the best people to answer this question for you. Obviously, we have our general opinion, right? But in terms of what the U.S. is doing, we've seen some cutbacks in various areas. I think, again, from my personal opinion, we all can agree it's important to have an educated society, right? Education should be a priority. Healthcare should be a priority, right? Those are things that I think most people can agree on. But what you're asking is what the U.S. is doing around that particular area, and that is not one of our areas of focus at the firm. We focus primarily on critical minerals acquisition, debt financing, carbon credits, strategic communications, and several other areas. So the embassy folks who just left, they would have been the best person for you to ask that question. Okay. Thank you so much. Next question, please. Yes, go ahead.
I would like first to thank you for your presentations. I'm Sidali Betata from Algeria Invest, first digital platform dedicated to investment in Algeria. My question is regarding the possibility for African country to adopt the same concept, Africa first, and in their foreign policy. Can we imagine, can we develop trade and businesses with the US in the spirit of win-win spirit? Thank you.
I think we talked about that earlier. Thank you so much for your question. I think we talked about that earlier, right? That's what negotiations are for, right? You don't go into negotiations and for both parties to not win, right? The same principles that apply when it comes to negotiating between two companies apply when it comes to two countries as well. So certainly, you know, a true negotiation, everyone should walk away with having received something from that negotiation. And I gave an example earlier with the DRC deal, right? A critical minerals deal. We see that President Kagame offered, President Tshisekedi offered the U.S. access to its critical minerals in exchange for peace. We know that there's been a conflict in that side of DRC since the Rwandan genocide. So it's been a very ongoing conflict that the President Tshisekedi said, we need peace, and went to the President of the United States and offered critical minerals in exchange for support in order to bring about peace, right? Now, there's a lot of debates about that agreement. We're not there to get into those debates, but that's an example of the president is receiving support in addressing the crisis, and the U.S. is receiving something else. So you can enter. There are opportunities to enter into negotiations where it's a win-win for both parties, but you have to understand the priorities going in. If you go into negotiations with the U.S., you don't know the priorities, you don't understand how whatever it is that you are requesting of the United States has to make a positive impact domestically, you're not going to win, right? So this administration prioritizes foreign policy that uplifts its people domestically. So domestic politics now is tied into our foreign policy, which in the past, that wasn't always the case. It was the case sometimes, but not always the case. So I hope that answered your question. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Blessing from Nigeria. I'm looking at some of the policy that can support women into world trade like coffee, where you have a large network across Africa, and how America can collaborate with Africa to support women and how to basically export and also take off from those women that are into basically coffee. I say coffee because coffee is a large consumable and it's from Africa. But a lot of times we have opportunities to move them around the world, but we don't know the financial support or the policy that is attached to Africa and other world. So I don't know the intervention policy that can really support women to trade coffee around the world. I've been into coffee for 14 years now, and trading above Africa it's really a difficult time for me. So I don't know if you have anything to say about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I discussed that briefly, I think before you walked in. We talked about the importance of following the markets, right? Understanding U.S. foreign policy shifts, especially in the age of tariffs, right? We saw that recently about 50% tariffs was imposed on Brazil. And Brazil sells a lot of its coffee to the United States. That might be an opportunity for the Nigerian government to strike a deal with the U.S. administration. It's too expensive getting it from Brazil, because at the end of the day, who ends up paying the tariffs? It's the American consumer. If I'm paying $1 for my cup of coffee, and because of the tariffs, I have to pay like $5, that's a problem. Domestically, it's a problem for the administration as well, because remember, their foreign policy is tied to their domestic priorities as well. So that's an opportunity. But however, again, we're private sector, right? The flip side to that is because the reality is that there is so much fluctuation with our policies, and because we have a system where you can negotiate something today, negotiate something tomorrow, so that 50% tariffs may be lifted. The president of Brazil may travel to the US and say, Mr. President, this is what I'm gonna give you, and tomorrow you hear an announcement that it has been reduced to 10%, and you have this ship of coffee from Nigeria coming to the US, and now the market is not big enough for your coffee. So I was talking to a colleague of mine yesterday, actually. I have very smart friends, and I call on them before I do these types of presentations. So he was telling me a way to address this gap, right, would be perhaps an institution like AfriExim Bank or AFDB can provide insurance cover against adverse U.S. changes in policy. So while your coffee is en route to the U.S., tariffs has been decreased from 50% to, let's say, 5 or 10%, which will have a direct impact on your business. Perhaps institutions like AFDB or AfriExim could provide some kind of insurance so that you won't lose money, ultimately. So that's one approach, right? But it requires that you lobby these institutions, you work with your government to ensure that these systems are in place. But I really think it's important that you do follow the market and see what's happening. Chinwe, would you like to add to that?
I think just to underscore what you shared about the bilateral relationships between the country and the U.S., and then the second thing is leveraging chambers of commerce within the countries, and also building relationships across borders with professionals who are in the U.S. as well. I will just add and underscore what you were saying, which in the case of the coffee example, when someone is entering a negotiation with the U.S., understanding the cost challenges of the U.S. consumer, it is going to be great to be able to frame it that way and say, hey, this would help the government reduce costs to the U.S. consumer. And again, that could be a great selling point as well for the administration and for the American people, because no one likes to pay high prices. So that's just a simple example of understanding where the opportunity is in the market, understanding the mutual benefits. So obviously for the African or the Nigerian manufacturing, the companies, it's having access to broader markets, because one of the things that is pretty evident is the U.S. has one of the largest consumer markets in the world. So everyone wants access to the U.S. consumer. And so that's one point of benefit for the company. But then when you're able to then highlight that the benefit to the U.S. and how it makes America better is that it's cheaper for Americans and it gives Americans more variety and more options. That's, again, a way to frame it. So I think, yeah, the coffee example is tangible. And we can also speak as well offline as needed if we can support with specific questions that are coming up with the industry.
Thank you, Chinwe. Yes. Consider this to be a class. We are learning, and I'm actually learning from your questions. It's giving me ideas on what we should, on some of the things that we should focus on as a firm, additional areas we should consider. So thank you for your contribution to this. Go ahead.
Thank you for your presentation. And my name is Mohammed Fakhruddin from Egypt, and I come from a private company specializing in building materials. So my perspective is a bit niche. And I'm going to give a brief, specific example that I think the audience here could learn from or relate to. So with the current the administration's focus on manufacturing in the USA, would you advise that we as African exporters be satisfied with exporting raw materials to the US? Or on the other hand, what are the most effective steps to market for African added value or finished products? For example, to understand my question, we have gypsum in Egypt, and we have gypsum boards manufactured in the USA. Of course, the labor and land and electricity costs in Egypt are cheaper. So should we focus on raw materials, or is there a way to export the finished products? Thank you.
I think that personally, as long as the continent continues to engage in this kind of trade practice, the poverty will remain. I think that the value-added option is a much more economically prosperous option, right? So you have a situation where the continent is sending the beans, exporting the beans to countries around the world, and turn around and purchase the chocolate bar. What that does is it robs the continent of jobs, of ingenuity, and of economic prosperity. It is not in the interest of the continent to continue on with this pattern, right? So value added is the much better approach from an economic standpoint. And also too, when you look at the African Continental Free Trade Area, because I think that's what it promotes, right? It promotes intra-Africa trade. It promotes that some of these practices end so that you can generate more income for your people. Because when you bring it back in chocolate bar, it's like, you know how many jobs were created abroad as a result? Those jobs could have been created right here in Algiers, in Botswana, in Ghana, right? In different parts of the continent, and employ people. And then also to help to create a class of millionaires, right? But you have robbed your society of this opportunity by just selling the raw material. So my personal perspective is just that. As a daughter of Africa, as someone who comes on the continent quite often, as someone who has lived in various countries on the continent, it's important that the policies that are coming out of Washington are mutually beneficial for all parties involved. And also as an American, I want America to also win. But I also want the continent to win as well. And I think it doesn't have to be either or, it could be both. And that's what our firm aims to do. Our firm is positioned to support governments, corporations, to ensure that all interests are protected. And for us, we have a vested interest. Chinwe is from Nigeria. I am originally from Haiti, came to the US when I was about 8 years old, have lived there ever since. Many of us at the firm have strong ties to the continent. So for us, it's a personal journey. For us, it's the reason we're actually in the business that we're in. It's because we have been inside these institutions. I have worked inside Congress. I have drafted legislation that have impacted billions of people on this continent. I have, and Chinwe, herself in the financial services world, has also been at the C-suite, front and center, seeing how these systems actually work in the United States. So our goal is to utilize our skills, our ingenuity, and our influence, and some of us our affluence, to help strengthen both trade and bilateral relations between the United States and various African continents. So for us, it's a personal journey. It's why we invest so much time and resources on this continent. So if we don't have any additional questions, I think we will close here. And I will be around if you have any one-on-one questions to ask me. So thank you so much, everyone, for your time, and I look forward to engaging you.
Thank you, everyone.
Oh, and thank you so much to Elidora for being our mistress of ceremony. So when I was looking for someone to be the MC, I said, I want a young person. Who's a dynamic young person? There she is. She speaks French, she speaks English, she's elegant, very well spoken, because I think it's important that we make sure our young people are front and center, because Africa's greatest resource is not the critical minerals, it's people. The average age on this continent is 19. So each one of us in here have a duty to elevate, to find opportunities to bring the young people on board, to make sure that they are equipped with the tools so that they can lead this continent after, right? It is vital, because if they're not front and center, if they're not learning, they're not acquiring the skills that are needed, then you're gonna have a continent of a whole bunch of people who don't have the skill sets. And this is why other companies will come in with their own workforce, because you don't have it. So we have a duty and commitment to our young people to ensure that we each take one and mentor. Like Madiba said, each one, teach one. Thank you. And Chinwe, you want to close out?
Thank you, everyone. No, I would just highlight everything you said. I think, as we've underscored, there is a lot of opportunity. It's an extraordinary moment, not like any that we've seen in history. So I think there's an opportunity to partner and build the future that we all want, both for the U.S. and for Africa. So thank you, everyone, for your engagement. It was great to hear from you, your questions and your feedback. So thank you. Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chinwe.
When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on, and come on, we call on all Africa. Come, let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African Trade Fair, Intra-African Trade Fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa. Come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. We call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now. When you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that when you hear the sound, wherever you are, then know that Africa is talking business.
Intra-African trade fair, intra-African trade fair.
So come on and come on, we call on all Africa, come let us build our dream for all. Together we grow stronger and united. Paint out the sky with the proud colors of your flag and say goodbye to the darkness of the past. We stepping forward, we're rising up. Oh Africa, our time is now.
Mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, nous allons laisser le temps à tous les participants d'arriver, de s'installer, et donc la session débutera à 14h25. Merci. En attendant, vous pouvez apprécier la vidéo de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export qui retrace le savoir-faire de cette agence. Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous allons commencer dans quelques instants. Avant de continuer, j'aimerais vous informer que pour la traduction, l'arabe, c'est la station 1, l'anglais, la station 2, et le français, la station 3. Je rappelle, pour la traduction, arabe, la station 1, pour le français, la station 2, et pour l'anglais, la station 3. Aussi, pour information, il y a une plateforme dédiée à la collecte des préoccupations et des avis. C'est elle qui s'affiche sur l'écran. Vous n'avez qu'à scanner le QR code. Mesdames et messieurs, pendant que vous prenez place, je rappelle que pour la traduction, l'arabe, c'est la station 1, le français, la station 2, et l'anglais, la station 3. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, Monsieur le directeur général de l'Agence Côte d'Ivoire Export, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités, en vos rangs, grades, qualités et tout protocole respecté, bonsoir et bienvenue à cette importante session qui nous rassemble cet après-midi. Elle se tient en marge de la 4e édition de la foire commerciale intra-africaine qui a ouvert ses portes depuis le 4 septembre dernier. Nous espérons que depuis lors, tous les participants ici présents ont pu nouer de belles opportunités d'affaires. Mesdames et messieurs, ce side event qui se déroule présentement est à l'initiative de l'Agence Côte d'Ivoire Export. Il s'inscrit sous le thème Côte d'Ivoire, hub économique au service du commerce intra-africain. Notons que 2 temps forts vont marquer cette session. Le premier sera consacré à l'aspect institutionnel et le second au networking. Mais bien avant, je vous prie de bien vouloir vous lever, s'il vous plaît, pour qu'ensemble nous puissions entonner la biganaise, qui est l'hymne national de la Côte d'Ivoire. remercions d'avoir bien voulu participer à cette instance solennelle. Mesdames et messieurs, à présent, nous allons entrer dans le vif du sujet. Et comme nous l'avons annoncé, 2 temps forts vont marquer cette session. Le premier, consacré à l'aspect institutionnel, sera ponctué par des allocutions, des présentations thématiques, ainsi que des projections audiovisuelles. Le second moment sera dédié au networking. Ce sera une occasion d'échange entre les participants, les potentiels investisseurs et l'équipe de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export. Vous pourrez, durant ces échanges, poser vos préoccupations et questions. À ce sujet, nous profitons pour vous inviter à vous inscrire sur le lien qui s'affiche en scannant le QR code. Aussi, pour information, durant la session, des pièces de chocolat vous seront distribuées pour que vous ayez un aperçu du Made in Côte d'Ivoire. Sans plus tarder, nous appelons pour les allocutions Dr Kaladji Fadiga, directeur général de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export, pour la première allocution. Notons que Dr Kaladji a été désigné ambassadeur IATF 2025.
Merci, madame. Monsieur l'ambassadeur de la Côte d'Ivoire en Algérie, Excellence, monsieur Vousaï, Excellences, mesdames et messieurs les ambassadeurs et représentants des corps diplomatiques dans la salle, monsieur Jean-Louis Ekra, vice-président du conseil consultatif de l'IATF et ancien président de l'AfCFTA, monsieur Guy Beng, ambassadeur IATF et membre du conseil consultatif du conseil de régulation de l'autorité des marchés publics de la Côte d'Ivoire, cher aîné, monsieur le directeur régional de l'AfCFTA, mesdames et messieurs les présidents, directeurs généraux des secteurs privés et organisations fêtières du secteur privé, monsieur le président de la Chambre de commerce, mesdames et messieurs les directeurs généraux d'institutions, mesdames et messieurs les représentants de l'administration publique et privée, honorables invités, distinguées personnalités, chers amis de la presse, mesdames et messieurs, comme vous pouvez aisément le deviner, c'est pour moi un immense plaisir et une fierté particulière que je souhaite à vous tous la bienvenue à cet événement exceptionnel organisé par l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export dans le cadre de l'IATF 2025 ici à Alger. Je me présente devant vous aujourd'hui avec la double casquette de directeur général de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export et d'ambassadeur IATF 2025. Et cette position unique me permet de vous parler avec conviction de ce que la Côte d'Ivoire peut apporter au commerce intra-africain, mais aussi de ce que nous pouvons accomplir ensemble dans cette dynamique continentale. L'événement qui nous rassemble aujourd'hui n'est pas une simple vitrine. C'est une invitation à découvrir l'excellence ivoirienne et analyser ensemble les opportunités et partenariats d'affaires qui permettront à nos entreprises de se développer durablement dans le contexte favorable qu'offre la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. En effet, la Côte d'Ivoire est aujourd'hui la première puissance économique de l'UEMOA avec 40% de son PIB et 42% de ses exportations et abrite la base industrielle la plus développée de l'Union. La Côte d'Ivoire d'aujourd'hui, c'est une économie diversifiée, dynamique, dans divers secteurs d'activité et représente un hub commercial stratégique et un pont naturel entre l'Afrique de l'Ouest et le reste du monde. Avec un tissu entrepreneurial vibrant et des entreprises qui ont de grandes ambitions sur les marchés internationaux. Mesdames et messieurs, vous allez entendre des témoignages inspirants de PME ivoiriennes qui, grâce à leur savoir-faire se développe progressivement à l'international avec l'accompagnement stratégique de notre agence Côte d'Ivoire Export. En tant que structure d'État dédiée à la promotion des exportations, l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export n'est pas qu'un organisme institutionnel. Nous sommes votre partenaire privilégié pour naviguer avec succès l'écosystème économique ivoirien et international. Notre mission est claire. C'est celui de promouvoir, développer, diversifier les exportations des produits et services afin d'accélérer durablement la transformation structurelle de l'économie ivoirienne. Et notre vision est très ambitieuse également, c'est valoriser durablement l'excellence du Made in Côte d'Ivoire sur les marchés internationaux. Concrètement, nous accompagnons les entreprises dans toutes les phases de leur développement à l'international, depuis le diagnostic de leur capacité à l'export, passant par le renforcement des capacités, la promotion et la mise en relation, jusque sur l'assistance logistique et juridique. Nous sommes particulièrement bien positionnés pour vous aider à tirer parti des opportunités offertes par la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine et d'autres accords commerciaux tels que l'APE, qui est l'accord de partenariat économique avec l'Europe. Mesdames et messieurs, vous n'êtes pas seulement invités à découvrir ce que la Côte d'Ivoire peut vous offrir. Nous vous invitons à réfléchir ensemble ce que nous pouvons construire collectivement. Que vous soyez acheteur, importateur, investisseur ou partenaire institutionnel, vos expertises, vos réseaux sont des atouts précieux. La question aujourd'hui est simple, mais essentielle. Comment pouvons-nous ensemble, main dans la main, créer de nouveaux partenariats qui permettront à nos entreprises de grandir, d'innover et de conquérir ensemble les marchés nouveaux? Je vous encourage donc à profiter pleinement de cette plateforme que la Côte d'Ivoire Trade Opportunity et échanger avec nous pour découvrir nos richesses, mais surtout identifier ensemble, amorçons dès aujourd'hui les partenariats qui contribueront au développement de nos économies respectives. L'avenir du commerce intra-africain s'écrit ici, maintenant et ensemble. Comme j'aime bien le dire, Made in Côte d'Ivoire, Made for Africa. Je vous remercie.
Nous retiendrons ensemble Made in Côte d'Ivoire, Made for Africa. Et oui, c'est bien là l'enjeu de cette session, le savoir-faire ivoirien pour l'Afrique. À présent, nous accueillons Son Excellence, M. Alphonse Voo-Saï, ambassadeur extraordinaire plénipotentiaire de la République de Côte d'Ivoire en Algérie. Nous l'ovationnons, s'il vous plaît.
Je voudrais juste dire un mot pour saluer. Aujourd'hui n'est pas un grand jour de discours, c'est un discours, un moment d'action. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers amis de la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un honneur et un grand plaisir pour l'ambassade de Côte d'Ivoire en Algérie de vous accueillir cet après-midi ici à la SAFEX, à cet événement dédié à l'économie et aux opportunités d'échanges commerciaux qu'offre la Côte d'Ivoire à l'Afrique et au monde. Cet événement arrive à un moment où, depuis l'année dernière, nous commémorons à Alger et à Abidjan les 60 ans des relations diplomatiques entre la Côte d'Ivoire et l'Algérie. car l'ambassade d'Algérie a été ouverte en 1964 à Abidjan et l'ambassade de Côte d'Ivoire a été ouverte à Alger en 1965. Durant ces 60 années, les dirigeants de nos deux pays, notamment les présidents Félix Houphouët-Boigny et Wari Boumedienne, hier, et à leur suite aujourd'hui, leurs excellences, le président Alassane Ouattara et le président Abdelmadjid Tebboune ont bâti et entretiennent le pont solide d'une coopération politique et économique exemplaire dans la tradition de l'amitié et de la fraternité africaine. Je me réjouis donc du succès de cette 4e édition de la Foire commerciale intra-africaine organisée avec maestria par l'Algérie et qui donne l'occasion aujourd'hui à la délégation ivoirienne de présenter les opportunités commerciales de notre pays. Avant de laisser la parole aux experts, je voudrais saluer les autorités algériennes présentes ici et d'exprimer ma fierté d'être africain devant cette grande œuvre de l'AfCFTA. Ma fierté d'être africain aux responsables de l'AfCFTA, parmi lesquels je distingue une référence dans le monde des finances en Afrique, notre compatriote Jean-Louis Ekra, qui s'excuse de ne pas pouvoir être avec nous cet après-midi. Enfin, je voudrais remercier mes amis et collègues diplomates ambassadeurs venus pour apporter leur soutien et découvrir ce que la Côte d'Ivoire offre à l'Afrique et au monde. Je vois mon collègue de Kazakhstan, je sais que mon collègue de la République de Croatie est également avec nous. Je pense en particulier donc à mes amis Ilija Zelepsvik, ambassadeur de Croatie, et Anwarbek Akhmetov, ambassadeur de Kazakhstan, tous présents ici à l'après-midi. Je n'oublie pas, bien entendu, tous les conseillers économiques des missions diplomatiques accréditées en Algérie qui nous font l'amitié de venir découvrir ce que la Côte d'Ivoire offre. Votre présence, mesdames et messieurs, traduit les liens d'amitié et de coopération que chacun de vos pays entretient avec la Côte d'Ivoire. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous une excellente séance de découverte. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Excellence. Nous clôturons ainsi les allocutions avec son intervention. Mesdames et messieurs, honorables invités, comme vous avez pu l'entendre à travers les différentes allocutions, la Côte d'Ivoire est une terre d'opportunités favorable au monde des affaires. Je vous invite à la découvrir à travers cette capsule vidéo intitulée Invest in Côte d'Ivoire. Regardons ensemble, s'il vous plaît. La régie, s'il vous plaît.
Côte d'Ivoire is the land of opportunities. This is a country that is booming.
The opportunities are so large. Once a business starts here, it stays.
You can have access to the world. Every country is represented in the city of Abidjan.
Coming from Asia, from Middle East, from the US, from Europe, investing together.
We're able to achieve in 4 years what was expected to be done in 15 years. That shows you how this country offers huge opportunity for investors.
Côte d'Ivoire is shifting from exporting the raw material to processing them and manufacturing them locally. We're projecting by 2030 to process 100% of our commercial product.
Tout est mis en œuvre pour que la Côte d'Ivoire ait des champions nationaux industriels qui vont à la conquête non seulement de l'Afrique, mais également du monde.
We want the added value to stay in Côte d'Ivoire. You have all raw material here.
we can send them to the manufacturing, and those products, we can send them all over the world.
Maîtriser toute cette chaîne de valeur permet à la fois d'être maître de son coût, mais aussi de la qualité de son produit.
People think that chocolate comes from Switzerland. No, it comes from Côte d'Ivoire. Our chocolate is one of the finest in the world. But it's not just about chocolate. There's no sector where you don't make money.
La Côte d'Ivoire va devenir la prochaine destination minière en Afrique de l'Ouest. C'est l'Eldorado.
All the global investors can invest safely, have access to the bank they know, to the legislation they know.
Governance is getting stronger, regulatory environments are also getting stronger.
They are on the head of the curve in terms of equipment, food safety, labor safety also. We have really a global and top standard here.
We have high qualified, low-cost labor here.
We train engineers, technicians, economists, statisticians, so the workforce is here.
We have an extensive road network which allows the transportation of goods across the country. Easy.
Le port d'Abidjan n'est plus un port qui vise à être premier de la côte ouest africaine. Nous visons à être un port important sur la façade atlantique de l'Afrique.
Value-added warehousing, such as cold storage, means that products will be preserved all the way to their destination.
Avec le pont aérien que construit la Côte d'Ivoire, vous pouvez prendre les produits frais d'ici, 6 heures plus tard, les retrouver à Paris par exemple, et même quelques heures après dans les assiettes des clients au restaurant.
AI is everywhere, from the farm to the factory. Today, global buyers expect to know the source of the raw material. In just a few clicks, you can know exactly where the raw material is coming from. We're not just catching up, we're leapfrogging.
96% des populations sont couvertes aujourd'hui en connectivité 4G et la fibre qui leur donne cette connectivité au plus près des domiciles.
When you come to invest in Côte d'Ivoire, it's also about the quality of life. Is New York meet the tradition?
Anyone who comes to Côte d'Ivoire either wants to move here or immediately come back. You feel right at home, whether you're Ivorian or not. The food, the warmth, the fun, the parties, the beaches.
On n'a rien à envier aux grandes capitales occidentales.
Les familles qui arrivent se retrouvent comme chez elles. Nous avons des écoles internationales et des établissements de santé modernes.
CPC has the Investment Promotion Agency. We show you where to go, who to meet, and how to obtain all the documentation you need to be able to start your business. Just come and visit, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Distingué public, voici en quelques images le potentiel commercial et les opportunités d'affaires que la Côte d'Ivoire est prête à vous offrir. Le prochain intervenant, Dr Walker Benjamin, directeur du développement et des marchés à l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export, va justement vous les détailler plus amplement. Nous l'accueillons ensemble sous vos ovations.
Bonsoir, messieurs, dames. Bonsoir à tous. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes bien mercredi 9 septembre 2025. Je ne me trompe pas. Hein. Je dis ça pourquoi? Parce que c'était aussi un mercredi, il y a déjà 13 ans, alors que je prenais mes fonctions au Centre du commerce international à Genève, le bureau d'Abidjan que j'ai dirigé. Je me demandais déjà, à cette époque, comment faire pour augmenter les flux commerciaux entre pays africains. Aujourd'hui, encore un mercredi, vous voyez un peu ce que ça fait, encore un mercredi, on se pose la question et nous vous avons invité ici ce soir pour, dans ce magnifique lieu, découvrir comment la Côte d'Ivoire compte s'y prendre pour augmenter, accélérer ses échanges avec les autres pays d'Afrique. Mesdames et messieurs, bonne arrivée à ce side event, à la suite des autorités. Mon ambition ce soir est de partager avec vous nos idées à travers 5 différents points. D'abord, je vous parlerai du contexte, ça va permettre de planter le décor. Ensuite, je vous parlerai des opportunités réelles que propose la Côte d'Ivoire. Et puis, je parlerai des avantages concurrentiels de ce pays. Ça tourne automatiquement. Voilà. Pour terminer par une conclusion, mais avant, je partagerai avec vous les réflexions sur nos différents domaines de concentration. Mesdames et messieurs, que dire du contexte et des enjeux? Nos pays plongent, n'est-ce pas, depuis quelques décennies, dans un contexte de mondialisation. Le monde est devenu depuis longtemps un petit village planétaire. Les frontières sont traversées en une fraction de seconde. Les échanges commerciaux tirent vers le haut les économies. Et pourtant, les pays africains peinent à échanger entre eux et font face, sur leur propre territoire, sur leur marché, à une concurrence féroce venant de l'extérieur. Quand enfin ces pays décident de commencer à commercer entre eux, ils sont confrontés à plusieurs barrières. Les barrières logistiques, les barrières liées aux infrastructures, et ainsi de suite. Dans le contexte de la ZLECAf, qui est un projet ambitieux et d'unification économique de l'Afrique, la Côte d'Ivoire et les autres pays africains auront à leur portée plus d'1,550 milliard de consommateurs. Il faut bien écouter ce chiffre, il est fort. 1,550 milliard de consommateurs. D'autres horizons tels que la Chine et l'Inde tirent parti de leur marché intérieur avec une taille similaire à celle-là. Mais pour tirer parti de ce que nous offre la ZLECAf, il faut être préparé à cela. C'est pour cette raison, vous avez vu les questions, j'ai laissé exprès pendant un certain temps pour que vous puissiez les lire, que ces questions que se pose un Africain sont aujourd'hui encore très pertinentes. Au regard des données commerciales, voyez un peu les données commerciales de la Côte d'Ivoire à l'import comme à l'export sur ces 4 dernières années. faut dire que la Côte d'Ivoire a intérêt à consolider sa balance commerciale qui, pour un petit détail, pour un petit choc économique, devient déficitaire et pour une petite conjoncture devient excédentaire. Elle est instable. Il faut la consolider pour qu'elle soit durablement positive. Mais quand on regarde de plus près la composition des exportations ivoiriennes, on se rend compte qu'elles sont concentrées autour de 8 produits. Autour de 8 produits. Donc, sans étonnement, on a le cacao et tout cela. Mais quand on compare ça avec les données à l'import, on se rend compte que les données à l'import montrent une diversité de produits. Ça veut dire quoi? L'offre ivoirienne n'est pas supportée par une industrie suffisamment diversifiée. Mais les pays qui importent et desquels nous importons les produits, eux, ont une capacité industrielle plus élevée. Appréciez vous-même. Pour comparer, les 80% des produits à l'export, pour les Chinois, ça fait 627 produits. Vous vous rendez compte? Quand nous, on était à 8 produits. Pour les Américains, nous sommes sur des proportions de 408 produits. Je vous laisse regarder vous-même. Est-ce qu'on a besoin de faire plus de commentaires? Voyez par vous-même, mesdames et messieurs, qu'il faut bien sûr que nous puissions exploiter de façon plus forte les opportunités présentées par la Côte d'Ivoire. Voyez cette Côte d'Ivoire, regardez la carte vous-même, ça, c'est la carte des opportunités agricoles de la Côte d'Ivoire. C'est une très belle carte. C'est vrai que les données sont difficilement lisibles. Je vais vous aider un peu à mieux les comprendre. Déjà, le cacao. Voyez, le cacao, c'est notre produit phare. Et comme on le dit, à tout seigneur, tout honneur. À tout seigneur, tout honneur. Le cacao, avec l'autre icône de la Côte d'Ivoire, qui s'appelle Didier Drogba, sont des porte-flambeaux de notre pays. Nous produisons 2 200 000 tonnes, c'est important. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est 40% de l'offre mondiale de cacao. Mais ce qui est paradoxal, quand on regarde, c'est que les fèves que nous mettons sur le marché ne sont exportées que vers les pays plus développés et quasiment pas en Afrique. Mais pourtant, la fève de cacao a ceci de particulier que même mangée crue, elle a un très bon goût. Elle offre un mucilage sucré. Grillée, elle apporte de l'énergie au corps. Et il y a tellement de bénéfices que la liste est longue. Quand on regarde les produits dérivés, comme la pâte de cacao, elle sert bien sûr à faire le chocolat. C'est pour ça que vous voyez bien que les pays qui l'importent sont aussi des pays développés. Par contre, quand vous regardez le beurre de cacao, il y a quelques pays africains et le beurre de cacao est utilisé en cosmétique. En Côte d'Ivoire, lorsque vous voulez témoigner à une dame sa beauté, on lui dit qu'elle a un teint cacao. La poudre de cacao peut être utilisée en confiserie, mais aussi peut être utilisée dans tout type d'alimentation pour les enfants, et ça vient avec la richesse, lutter contre tout ce qui est malnutrition, et ainsi de suite. Le café, je vais aller un peu plus vite. Là, le café, nous sommes très, très honorés d'être ici en terre d'Algérie, parce que l'Algérie est notre premier marché mondial du café. Le café qui lui aussi offre de très belles opportunités en termes de santé, opportunités en termes de lutte contre tout ce qui est problèmes de santé tels que, le cancer d'Alzheimer, voilà, l'hypotension et pas mal d'autres maladies de ce genre qui connaissent de plus en plus une évolution en Afrique. C'est dire qu'encore une fois, les pays africains devraient s'intéresser et importer eux aussi plus de café. On va passer rapidement parce que vous pourrez avoir les détails tout à l'heure quand on va pouvoir être en networking. Alors, vous avez aussi l'anacarde qui est surtout produit dans le Nord et pour lequel nous sommes à 1 400 000 tonnes de production annuelle. Il est exporté principalement sous forme décortiquée ou en noix brute. Vous avez aussi le coton qui alimente la filière coton textile habillement. Bien que la production de coton soit en baisse, la Côte d'Ivoire demeure un important pays producteur. Nous avons l'EVA pour lequel nous avons 1 600 000 tonnes de production. Et là, pour l'EVA, je tiens à noter que nous avons besoin d'appui et d'investissement pour l'industrie de deuxième degré, de deuxième niveau. L'industrie qui permet d'avoir les gants médicaux, tous ces produits qui permettent d'aller plus loin que la première transformation. Après, nous avons une série de fruits, parce que la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est la terre des fruits, tels que l'ananas, la mangue, la banane dessert, la banane plantain, qui donne aussi en Côte d'Ivoire ce mets particulier que vous connaissez ou dont vous avez entendu parler, la loco. Nous avons aussi comme produit la mangue. Nous avons comme produit le manioc. Je laisse un peu pour que vous puissiez regarder au moins les zones de production. Nous avons comme produit la cola, le gingembre. Ce sont des produits desquels on ne parle pas beaucoup, mais pour lesquels la Côte d'Ivoire a décidé d'accélérer l'exportation et donc, bien sûr, d'accélérer la production, de booster la production. Donc, vous voyez les zones de production. Ça montre bien qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, toute la terre est riche et permet de produire des marchandises importantes pour le commerce international. Vous avez le manioc, qui lui aussi est particulier parce qu'en Côte d'Ivoire, il permet d'avoir, en plus de l'amidon, en plus du garba, mais surtout la tchéké de Côte d'Ivoire, qui est un mets aussi très apprécié. Le karité, qui est un produit très utilisé dans la cosmétique et qui peut intéresser les pays d'Afrique centrale, d'Asie et tous les autres pays africains aussi. Le gingembre, bien sûr, pour donner une richesse au goût des produits avec une connotation ivoirienne. La cola. Après avoir dit tout ça, regardons ensemble les 10 destinations des produits ivoiriens. L'Afrique de l'Ouest, puis l'Afrique du Sud et l'Algérie. Donc, il y a un énorme potentiel inexploité énorme potentiel inexploité. On a un souci de... Voilà. Énorme potentiel inexploité. Et la Côte d'Ivoire va saisir les opportunités qui lui sont offertes par la ZLECAf pour pouvoir booster ses exportations, mais faire profiter aussi des autres pays africains de ces richesses. Mais la Côte d'Ivoire, ce n'est pas seulement des produits agricoles, c'est aussi des produits miniers. Vous avez donc la carte minière de la Côte d'Ivoire, avec en matière première l'or, le fer, le manganèse, la bauxite, le nickel, tous des produits très intéressants et demandés. Ils ont tous, selon le tableau que je vous présente, un potentiel d'exploitation encore inexploité. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est aussi une diversité culturelle, des outils, des atouts culturels, mais aussi touristiques. Vous avez sa nature et sa biodiversité avec des paysages très reposants. Ici, on montre le mont Nimba. Vous avez un patrimoine mondial riche, à l'exemple de la très ancienne et centenaire mosquée de Kong, qui a été détruite et rebâtie, qui est un véritable joyau. Vous avez aussi en Côte d'Ivoire le plaisir de regarder by night la basilique d'Abidjan, la basilique de Yamoussoukro, pardon, qui est aussi inscrite au patrimoine mondial et qui est un joyau architectural. Nous avons aussi notre culture valorisée par nos masques, notre tradition. Ici, c'est ce qu'on appelle la danse zaouli. Et d'innombrables raisons de venir visiter et faire des affaires à Abidjan, qui est une ville qui vous plaira assurément. Voici une image de ce qu'on appelle Abidjan by night. La Côte d'Ivoire a des avantages concurrentiels importants. Elle est caractérisée par un positionnement géographique qui lui permet d'avoir des frontières avec 5 pays, de mettre en place et d'exploiter des corridors avec 4 pays, dont le Ghana, le Mali, le Niger et le Burkina Faso. C'est aussi la Côte d'Ivoire de tous les possibles au niveau de sa richesse du plan atlantique. Quand on dit ça, il faut penser à toutes les activités de pêche, d'artisanat et tout ce qui peut être fait avec l'exportation des produits de la mer. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est aussi 2 ports stratégiques. Le port de San Pedro, premier port du cacao, d'exportation de cacao au niveau mondial, et le port d'Abidjan, qui est le port le plus développé, le premier port de la sous-région ouest africaine. La Côte d'Ivoire dispose également d'importants atouts économiques, avec une économie, bien sûr, comme on l'a vu, diversifiée, témoignée par le film, mais aussi par les données qu'on a présentées. C'est aussi un PIB qui avoisine 84 milliards de dollars, qui est en constante croissance. C'est aussi un secteur privé développé et avec des acteurs crédibles, tels que la Conférence générale des entreprises de Côte d'Ivoire, qui est l'équivalent du grand patronat ici en Algérie, du MEDEF dans d'autres régions. Il y a la Fédération ivoirienne des PME, qui est une fêtière de petites entreprises, mais attention, qui sont destinées à devenir des championnes nationales. Il faut supporter ce groupe de PME pour être avec elles, pour leur croissance et avec elles lors de leur réussite aussi. La Côte d'Ivoire, c'est aussi, mesdames et messieurs, des domaines sur lesquels nous allons concentrer nos efforts pour arriver à booster nos exportations, à booster nos échanges avec l'étranger. Le rôle de l'État, le rôle du secteur privé, le rôle des institutions d'appui au commerce est notable. L'État, par les investissements dans les infrastructures, par l'identification des secteurs stratégiques et la mise en avant de ces secteurs stratégiques, par le développement du commerce électronique et de toute l'infrastructure liée, par le fait de favoriser les partenariats publics-privés et de mettre en place un dispositif d'accompagnement des PME constitué d'institutions d'appui au commerce à l'exemple de Côte d'Ivoire Export. Côte d'Ivoire Export a été présenté par le DG, mais apporte toute une panoplie d'appui pour les entreprises afin qu'elles soient capables de répondre aux demandes que vous leur adresserez. Nous les aidons non seulement au cours de leur parcours d'exportateurs, connaître les marchés, positionner leurs produits sur les marchés extérieurs, accéder au financement, résoudre les problèmes liés à la logistique, signer des contrats qui feront qu'elles seront sûres de réaliser vos demandes. Et puis, bien sûr, nous les formons, nous leur faisons bénéficier de notre appui par une série de renforcements des capacités sur les procédures douanières, sur l'analyse de marché, sur la préparation à des participations aux foires d'envoi de différents pays, sur, bien sûr, d'autres éléments tels que la mise en relation, la gestion de la qualité de l'emballage, l'optimisation logistique. Le secteur privé est très engagé dans le fait de comprendre les règles du commerce international, d'identifier des opportunités de marché, et ça, c'est le rôle de Côte d'Ivoire Export de leur apprendre à savoir où aller. D'investir dans le numérique pour tirer parti de tout ce qui est intelligence artificielle et e-commerce, et bien sûr d'accéder au financement et de développer leurs compétences. Une très petite conclusion. L'Afrique est le continent d'avenir et le demeurera. La ZLECAf offre une opportunité indéniable qu'il faut saisir pour pouvoir augmenter les échanges commerciaux avec la Côte d'Ivoire. L'État a mis en place un certain nombre d'agences, de structures d'accompagnement, telles que Côte d'Ivoire Export, qui, effectivement, peuvent vous aider à identifier et à travailler avec le bon partenaire à l'exportation, qui serait pour vous le bon fournisseur de produits, mais également de services. Mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais, avant de m'arrêter là et de vous remercier, finir par dire que je suis aussi né un mercredi, comme je l'avais dit au départ. Je m'excuse parce que la slide a été automatiquement, ça a créé quelques désagréments, mais j'espère que vous avez pu suivre l'exposé. Merci, messieurs, dames.
Nous remercions à nouveau le Dr Walker pour sa présentation qui nous a édifiés et nous a éclairé davantage sur les opportunités d'affaires en Côte d'Ivoire. Nous allons maintenant procéder à une petite série de questions pour permettre aux participants, bien avant la séance de networking, de poser quelques questions auxquelles des personnes ressources vont répondre, notamment le Dr Walker, l'ambassadeur et le directeur général de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export. Pendant que les installations sont faites, je rappelle que des pièces de chocolat seront distribuées pour vous permettre de déguster et d'avoir un aperçu du Made in Côte d'Ivoire. Aussi, une plateforme en ligne est ouverte pour recueillir vos préoccupations, vos avis et observations. Le QR code également est là et nous vous prions de bien vouloir le scanner. Nous invitons à présent le directeur général de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export, Dr Kaladi Fadiga. Nous invitons également l'ambassadeur Alphonse Vossaï, ambassadeur de Côte d'Ivoire en Algérie. À leur suite, le Dr Walker. Sous vos ovations, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Alors, pour la méthodologie, vous pouvez poser vos questions soit directement à l'un des participants ou une question qui s'adresse à tous les trois. Dans tous les cas, ils sont tous les trois assez outillés, ils seront en mesure de vous répondre. Alors, nous allons ouvrir une première série de questions. 3 questions d'abord. Je ne vois pas de main levée. Est-ce à dire que tout le monde a bien compris les différents exposés qui ont été faits? Tout le monde a compris combien la Côte d'Ivoire est une terre d'opportunités? D'accord, merci.
Good afternoon and thank you very much. My name is Nasu Fofana. I'm from Sierra Leone. I produce Susu chili coconut oils. One of the biggest problems I've encountered being here is that people, buyers and people who want to import this have asked me if I can provide 40-foot, 20-foot containers of this product. Unfortunately, in Sierra Leone, we do not have the raw materials. So I would like to know if Côte d'Ivoire, I saw from my research that you are the leading coconut oil producers, and you're also within the Mano River Union. Can you work with a small business like myself to make this a Pan-African product, not just for our continent, but for the global market?
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions à part celles que nous venons d'écouter? Oui, il y a une seconde question.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Je suis Banga Christian de l'entreprise BioHost. Ma question est de savoir quels sont les liens de partenariat entre la Côte d'Ivoire et l'Algérie, existe-t-il des sociétés, soit ivoiriennes, résidant en Algérie, ou des sociétés algériennes qui sont en Côte d'Ivoire? Merci.
Une troisième question, s'il vous plaît. Merci de bien vouloir vous présenter avant de poser votre question.
Bonsoir, je m'appelle Abdelrahman Sidi Saïd. Je suis enseignant en trilingue et je suis écrivain. J'aimerais bien savoir comment se déroule la question de l'éducation et de l'enseignement au niveau de votre pays, s'il vous plaît. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Alors, nous avons relevé 3 questions. Nous allons laisser le soin aux intervenants de réagir.
D'accord, merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la modératrice.
Je vous en prie.
Merci pour les questions. Merci d'être venus si nombreux. Je suis vraiment heureux d'être ici aujourd'hui. Madame, je suppose que vous êtes entrepreneur, Sierra Leone. Donc, c'est ça tout l'objet de l'IATF. C'est de faire en sorte qu'on puisse savoir où sont les intrants et où est-ce qu'on peut ajouter de la valeur et où est-ce qu'on peut exporter. Donc, aujourd'hui, je pense que l'opportunité sur laquelle nous voulons réfléchir et que nous voulons établir, c'est justement cela. Dans la présentation tout à l'heure, vous avez vu que la Côte d'Ivoire produit plusieurs milliers de tonnes de coco. Mais il s'agit de... L'objectif, c'était de vous montrer tout ce potentiel pour que vous sachiez que vous pouvez vous approvisionner chez nous, pouvoir ajouter de la valeur et l'exporter. Donc, vous êtes le bienvenu. Nous allons, en tant qu'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export, vous mettre en relation avec les différents fournisseurs. Nous en avons même, au niveau du coco, vous savez, il y a différents sous-produits. Il y a l'eau de coco, il y a la pulpe, il y a la coque, et puis il y a l'autre coque qui est autour. Donc, tous ces aspects-là sont utilisés dans différentes industries. Donc, je comprends bien la partie que vous voulez, c'est au niveau de la pulpe pour extraire de l'huile. Donc, nous avons même des entreprises localement qui le font déjà. Mais ça ne suffit pas pour finir, pour consommer tout ce que nous produisons comme coco, comme matière première. Et c'est tout l'objet de l'encouragement et du code des investissements que nous avons mis en place pour permettre aux différents investisseurs de venir. Donc, moi, je vous conseille, madame, de prendre attache avec nous tout à l'heure pendant le break, le networking session, pour qu'on puisse adresser de façon spécifique votre problème. Nous allons vous mettre en relation avec les acteurs, soit pour avoir la matière première. Nous vous encourageons, peut-être pour simplifier les choses, de vous installer en Côte d'Ivoire pour pouvoir faire cette transformation-là avec votre méthodologie spécifique pour qu'on puisse, à partir de là, exporter ce produit sur tout le continent africain. C'est un très bon produit d'ailleurs qui est très, très apprécié dans divers domaines, que ce soit de la cosmétique ou de la consommation pour la consommation humaine. Donc, il y en a, c'est très possible. Donc, à tout à l'heure, on se voit. D'accord, merci beaucoup. Pour les 2 autres questions, je vais passer la parole à son Excellence qui va vous élaborer là-dessus. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur Général.
Allô, voilà, c'est bon. Je voudrais remercier tout le public, mais en particulier ceux qui ont posé des questions. La première question par laquelle je commence, c'est celle relative au contenu des relations commerciales et économiques entre l'Algérie et la Côte d'Ivoire. Vous avez demandé quels sont les produits et les domaines des échanges. Comme vous l'avez vu dans les tableaux qui ont été projetés tout à l'heure, la première base est agricole. L'Algérie est le premier importateur de café de Côte d'Ivoire. Je peux faire la publicité, ça ne me gêne pas beaucoup.
Ça s'applaudit, s'il vous plaît.
Il y a des grandes entreprises, des grands torréfacteurs algériens qui importent leur café de Côte d'Ivoire, ou du moins qui ont le café de Côte d'Ivoire comme label. Je parle par exemple de AfCFTA qui est à Tlemcen. On était avec Habal Café, ils sont à Sigda, etc. Donc ça, c'est la première chose. La deuxième chose, il y a aussi le caoutchouc naturel qui vient d'entrer dans cette liste avec notamment la société Iris Tailleuse, qui font les pneus. Je crois qu'ils sont à 7... Non, ils ne sont pas très loin d'Alger, mais vous connaissez la marque algérienne. Donc voici d'abord ce qui se passe concernant le café, et c'est pourquoi la zone de libre-échange est très une bonne chose pour l'Afrique. C'est que le café de Côte d'Ivoire qui est consommé en Algérie ne vient pas directement de Côte d'Ivoire, mais passe par les traders, de sorte que l'Algérie s'approvisionne en café de Côte d'Ivoire sur les marchés internationaux. Donc l'effort de l'Afrique, l'effort de la ZLECAf et l'effort aussi des autorités de deux pays consiste aujourd'hui à faire en sorte qu'il y ait un lien direct pour éviter les déperditions qui sont occasionnés par ces grands détours qui est fait sur le marché international. Mais nos relations ont beaucoup évolué. J'étais en train de regarder là sur le net, pour ceux qui connaissent, et vous pouvez voir d'ailleurs sur APS d'hier ou d'aujourd'hui, la Côte d'Ivoire et l'Algérie viennent de signer un important accord en matière de produits électriques. Un accord a été donc signé ce samedi, même ici, même à l'occasion de cette 4e IATF, un accord pour une valeur de 100 millions d'euros en marge de la 4e édition de la foire commerciale qui se tient en ce moment. Cet accord signé entre la société SVD Électrique Algéria et la Sogelux en Côte d'Ivoire pour la fourniture de matériel électrique à la Côte d'Ivoire. En marge de cet accord, il n'y a pas plus tard que hier, et j'ai eu le privilège d'être présent à cet accord, la signature d'un autre accord entre la société algérienne Condor et une entreprise ivoirienne pour l'exportation en Côte d'Ivoire des produits de cette grande société algérienne qui est Condor. Donc, nous sommes dans cette dynamique actuellement, et je sais que dans la salle, il y a une société qui s'intéresse énormément à la Côte d'Ivoire, qui a commencé déjà à commercer les produits, c'est la société Granitex de ciment, de matériaux de construction. Je sais aussi que, outre le café, il y a, comme la Côte d'Ivoire est un grand producteur international de noix de cajou, la noix de cajou est également importée. Ce sont ces quelques domaines que je veux citer. Mais en insistant sur le fait que pour nous, c'est insignifiant. Quand on voit le potentiel des échanges entre ces deux pays, c'est insignifiant. Mais l'important, c'est que nous sommes sur la bonne voie et notre rôle, c'est de l'intensifier. La deuxième question concerne le système éducatif, le système de la formation en Côte d'Ivoire, si j'ai bien compris. Je voudrais vraiment saluer mon collègue, parce que moi-même, je suis professeur d'université à la base. Sauf que je suis professeur de philosophie, et je ne sais pas quelle est votre spécialité. Alors, le système de la formation en Côte d'Ivoire est victime aussi de l'histoire de nos pays. Parce que la Côte d'Ivoire est une ancienne colonie et l'enseignement qui nous a été légué est souvent orienté pour la satisfaction des besoins de l'ancien puissance coloniale et de la promotion de la culture de l'ancien colonisateur. C'est une sorte d'état de naissance. Et notre devoir, en tant que pays anciennement colonisé, c'est de nous affranchir progressivement de ces legs pour que nous ayons un capital humain qui comprenne mieux nos besoins et qui transmette la formation adéquate pour créer une culture propre au pays qui soit adaptée aux besoins économiques, culturels et sociaux de nos pays. Et c'est dans cette dynamique que se trouve la Côte d'Ivoire, notamment en ce qui concerne le contenu des matériaux. Ce changement a commencé avec le programme pour les Africains qui le savent de IPAM, l'Institut africain et malgache des programmes scolaires pour les Africains, qui a été le premier programme qui nous a été enseigné nous autres. Depuis lors, il y a eu beaucoup d'évolutions. Donc aujourd'hui, on peut dire que le système s'oriente davantage vers la promotion de la culture nationale, vers la promotion des valeurs africaines, mais surtout aussi vers l'adaptation au monde moderne globalisé, avec notamment l'introduction des nouvelles technologies de la communication, de l'informatique notamment, dans tout le système éducatif. Voilà où nous en sommes. Nous pouvons voir les programmes par programme. La toute dernière innovation, c'est justement l'apprentissage et la formation professionnelle, qui est désormais érigée en priorité de formation nationale. Pour que les entreprises qui sont nationales, comme les entreprises qui viennent s'installer, trouvent sur place un capital humain bien formé et adapté aux besoins du marché. C'est voilà ce que je peux dire pour commencer. Vous avez un ouvrage, donc vous allez me le dédicacer.
Merci, Excellence.
Merci beaucoup.
Une séance photo pour l'ouvrage remis à son Excellence Alphonse Rossel.
Le problème d'apprentissage, c'est l'enfant et l'adolescent. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. En tout cas, merci d'être venu. Et on va... Voilà. Donc, je viens de faire la dédicace.
Yeah.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions?
Oui, j'ai une question ici.
Oui, nous prenons les deux dernières questions, puisque nous aurons amplement le temps d'approfondir ces interrogations pendant le networking.
Bonjour, je suis Samuel Kapinga de la société AfCFTA basée en France et on propose des services de représentation commerciale à l'étranger pour des entreprises africaines. Donc j'ai une question concernant les exportations ivoiriennes. Vous avez listé les 8 produits qui contribuent à 80% des exportations. Ma question c'est, quels sont les autres produits qui ont le plus de potentiel de venir contribuer à ces 80%, puisque vous avez souligné que c'était trop peu d'avoir 8 produits, donc quels sont ces produits-là qui ont le plus de potentiel? Et puis, qu'en est-il des exportations de services? Car on sait qu'il y a des pays comme le Maroc ou le Sénégal qui sont très avancés dans les exportations de services informatiques, de sous-traitance informatique par exemple. Qu'en est-il de la Côte d'Ivoire pour les exportations de services? Merci.
Merci pour la question, elle est très pertinente, très intéressante. En fait, les 8 produits qui sont déjà exportés et qui constituent les 80% des exportations ivoiriennes, ce sont surtout des produits très peu transformés. Les études ont montré qu'il existe dans notre économie un potentiel de production de ces mêmes produits avec un niveau de transformation, donc de valeur ajoutée plus élevé, et donc avec le même potentiel export, un potentiel export important. Donc tout à l'heure, on a parlé du cacao, c'est vrai, mais là, l'État de Côte d'Ivoire veut aller à des produits transformés à partir de la fève. Et nous avons accompagné des entreprises qui exportent déjà des fèves enrobées, donc sur lesquelles il y a de la valeur ajoutée. Il y a le miel qui n'est pas paru, le miel parce qu'il est très demandé, mais en même temps, nous avons des entreprises qui ont apporté de l'innovation avec du miel même en poudre par exemple. Il y a tous les produits de fruits, mais en l'état, les exportations concernent les fruits frais. Il y a des entreprises qui font des jus de fruits mélangés avec des saveurs telles que le gingembre, etc. Donc il y a toute une panoplie de ces fruits-là qui ont aussi un bon potentiel d'exportation. Il y a aussi tout ce qui concerne les produits tels que les produits antiques. Depuis 2012, l'État de Côte d'Ivoire a bâti une stratégie d'exportation du savoir-faire des services NTIC. Donc ça aussi, il y a du potentiel. Je pense que je vais m'arrêter là, mais il y a tellement de potentiel dont on peut parler. Voilà.
Merci, Dr. Walker.
Merci.
Nous allons prendre la toute dernière question.
Ouais. C'est M. Chakron. Je suis du ministère des Travaux publics, groupe Engineering. On a pratiquement 9 filiales qui sont dans le domaine donc, de l'engineering, dans la route, les autoroutes, les chemins de fer, métro, tram, les BHNS, ports, aéroports. Et on a été très présents donc, par le passé, donc, au niveau de la sous-région. On a travaillé beaucoup dans le domaine de la route, dans le domaine de l'aéroportuaire, dans le domaine du portuaire. Et on continue encore à exceller. C'est très difficile vraiment donc, de pénétrer dans certains marchés. Aujourd'hui, donc, la SLECAF nous donne des facilitations, nous donne carrément une autre atmosphère, parce qu'on excelle davantage ensemble. Mon souci, à travers justement votre communication qui nous a vraiment accrochés, les 3 communications en fait, nous ont vraiment accrochés. Donc, il y a des défis. Les défis sont en nous. Il va falloir à ce qu'on vraiment on développe des efforts mutuels pour vraiment défier donc la contrainte logistique et la question donc qui est liée aux infrastructures. On est très présent aujourd'hui pour apporter justement, notre contribution dans le domaine. Et on a donc des filiales qui sont dans le domaine de l'ingénierie. Elles sont très fiables et on a vraiment excellé en Afrique par le passé depuis pratiquement le début des années 90. Donc on est là, on est disponible à travailler ensemble, à défier justement donc, la question de la contrainte donc, des infrastructures et être vraiment dans la modernité donc, des échanges à travers donc, des infrastructures durables, je dis bien durables et économiques. Je vous remercie.
Merci, monsieur.
Permettez-moi d'ajouter une dernière question parce qu'on a parlé de production agricole et tout, et j'aimerais aborder le côté santé. Moi, c'est Dr Sissoko Moussa. Je suis enseignant-chercheur en maladies infectieuses ici en Algérie et je suis spécialiste en parasitologie médicale et expert en paludisme transfrontalier. Je suis aussi le président de l'association des étudiants, docteurs, enseignants et talents africains à l'échelle nationale ici en Algérie. Et également, je suis le directeur général Afrique d'une société spécialisée dans le tourisme médical entre l'Algérie et les pays de l'Afrique subsaharienne. Et j'aimerais aborder cette question de la santé parce que je remercie tout d'abord mon aîné, son Excellence l'ambassadeur, qui a toujours été à nos côtés dans nos démarches concernant l'ouverture d'un canal de santé et des produits de santé entre l'Algérie et les pays de l'Afrique subsaharienne. Et nous sommes dans cette dynamique de créer un marché intra-africain de tourisme médical. Et son Excellence nous a démontré et nous a témoigné qu'il y a déjà un plateau technique de haute qualité en Côte d'Ivoire. Il y a même des opérations à cœur ouvert qui se font actuellement à Abidjan. Et nous sommes intéressés à travailler sur ce secteur-là, afin que les patients africains ne soient plus obligés de sortir du continent et d'être pris en charge sur le continent et par des plateaux techniques spécialisés. Et actuellement, nous sommes à la recherche des partenaires solides en Côte d'Ivoire avec lesquels on pourra vraiment travailler et faire en sorte que, pourquoi pas, des patients algériens qui vont aller se faire traiter à Abidjan et vice-versa. Nous sommes dans la complémentarité et nous sommes dans l'échange. Et au-delà de ça, nous proposons des formations sur les plateaux techniques algériens, des bourses de formation pour les personnels de santé médicale et paramédicale des différents pays partenaires avec nous. Nous organisons des caravanes de santé, nous descendons avec des spécialistes algériens dans les différents domaines selon les besoins du pays et on fait des consultations, des opérations. Je suis déjà avec Dr Amir, mon associé, avec lequel nous travaillons. Donc ma question est que qu'est-ce qu'on pourra faire dans le domaine de la santé, vu qu'on a parlé de cacao, on a parlé d'arachide, on a parlé du beurre de karité, mais pour consommer tous ces produits, il faut être en bonne santé. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on pourra faire entre l'Algérie et la Côte d'Ivoire dans le domaine de la santé? Et nous, on est prêts à travailler. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, monsieur. Allez-y, monsieur, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour tout le monde, bonjour Excellence, Monsieur le représentant du ministère du Commerce, tous les cadres de la Côte d'Ivoire qui sont dans la salle et tout le monde, le public qui est présent. Je vous souhaite la bienvenue. Je me présente, moi je suis Monsieur Amara Taalibi. Je suis le président national de la pêche en haute mer et océanique en Algérie. Et la question que je voudrais vous poser, c'est un peu de nous parler c'est-à-dire que les potentialités en ce qui concerne l'exploitation des ressources halieutiques en Côte d'Ivoire. J'entends parler que ça joue un rôle crucial, vivrier et commercial pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Malheureusement, on a très peu de collecte d'informations concernant donc, votre industrie maritime, et particulièrement la pêche industrielle qui nous intéresse énormément. Et comment vous gérez vos ressources maritimes, vos ressources halieutiques, et quelles sont les perspectives que votre gouvernement donc, a développées pour contracter des partenariats interpays africains? Comment qu'on peut aussi nous être présents dans ce programme maritime en Côte d'Ivoire? Et pour cela, on aura besoin de beaucoup d'informations très précises pour le faire. Et merci beaucoup.
Merci, monsieur. Nous avons noté la toute dernière question auquel...
Bonjour à tous. On m'a donné le micro.
D'accord, une dame.
Dernière question. Alors, bonjour à tous. Je vais sortir un peu des sentiers battus. Je suis créatrice de bijoux. J'ai une marque de bijoux au Sénégal avec mon associé. Nous sommes venus exposer et on a été agréablement surprise de voir une des intervenantes dans votre vidéo porter une de nos créations. Donc, ça fait plaisir à voir. Et j'ai une question par rapport à nous, les PME, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on parle énormément des grandes importations et des grandes exportations. On parle des grands acteurs de l'agriculture et de l'industrie, voilà, l'industrie lourde. Aujourd'hui, je pense que les opportunités doivent inclure les PME, parce qu'on est des acteurs très importants dans l'économie, dans nos économies africaines. Et aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qui est prévu pour les PME qui ont envie aujourd'hui de s'installer en Côte d'Ivoire? Quand je vois aujourd'hui les difficultés qu'on a, malgré le fait qu'on soit dans une zone de libre-échange, pour importer ou pour voilà, faire livrer quelques pièces, quelques bijoux en Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci, madame.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour toutes ces questions. C'est vrai que, docteur, je ne sais pas bien catcher le nom, mais docteur Sissoko, vous avez abordé un point qui justement est extrêmement important. Mais la question avant vous, ça s'adressait à peu près dans le même canevas. C'est qu'est-ce qui en est du commerce des services? Bon, au niveau de l'aspect des services, nous, quand j'ai présenté tout à l'heure, j'ai dit que notre mission, c'était de promouvoir les produits et les services. Au niveau des services, l'une de nos actions phares en ce moment, c'est de préparer avec l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Tourisme, nous, et dernièrement avec l'association également de la zone ouest africaine des groupements médicaux. Il y a eu une conférence à Abidjan au cours de laquelle nous avons établi une plateforme de réflexion sur comment faire pour développer un projet de tourisme médical. Ce qui y a, c'est que si, comme on vous l'a dit, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, et ça c'est vrai, ils sont venus le constater, il y a pas mal d'infrastructures, de plateformes médicaux qui sont en train de se mettre en place des plus performantes. Mais comment est-ce qu'on fait pour faire en sorte que non seulement à l'intérieur, on puisse optimiser sur tout cela, mais aussi dans la sous-région. Donc l'exemple, c'était qu'on puisse s'inspirer des travaux qui sont faits par l'Algérie, la Tunisie et même peut-être en Turquie pour voir comment est-ce qu'on peut, à notre niveau, au niveau sous-régional, faire en sorte qu'on puisse passer l'information et construire des modèles de tourisme médical qui puissent être efficients et puis être efficaces dans l'échange entre nous. Donc, je serai très heureux d'échanger avec vous. Peut-être que vous allez nous supporter dans ce projet. Nous, l'Agence Côte d'Ivoire Export et puis l'Agence Côte d'Ivoire Tourisme, nous sommes en train de travailler là-dessus avec le groupe de l'Association des services médicaux de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et ensuite, ce qui est important à savoir, c'est que corrélé à ce secteur, qui est le secteur pharmaceutique, qui fait partie actuellement des 7 secteurs de prioritaires d'investissement pour la Côte d'Ivoire. Et sur ce point-là, il y a au niveau du code des investissements, il y a un accent particulier qui a été mis sur la facilitation des investissements dans ces secteurs, avec notamment des exonérations sur la mise en place des usines de transformation, mais aussi au niveau de la fiscalité, parafiscalité, pendant un certain nombre d'années en fonction de l'endroit du pays où vous êtes installé. Donc ça, c'est le secteur médical est extrêmement important, très budgétivore et sans cela, l'économie ne peut pas bouger. Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous sur ce point et c'est un des secteurs que nous taclons. Et bien sûr, ça a commencé par le secteur, comme Dr Walker l'a dit, le secteur des technologies de l'information a été le premier qui a été adressé par le gouvernement, mais nous avons switché. Aujourd'hui, nous avons des visions sur le secteur médical, mais aussi tout ce qui est secteur d'accompagnement des entreprises. Donc, au niveau de l'agence, nous travaillons également avec le groupement des architectes. Ils ont un ordre, l'ordre des architectes, l'ordre des avocats et puis l'ordre des experts comptables. Parce que ça aussi, c'est des atouts au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Nous avons des ordres bien structurés et des experts dans ces différents secteurs qui ont des cabinets d'expertise qui peuvent facilement soumissionner et acquérir des marchés au niveau sous-régional et international. Parce que leur expertise est de pointe. Comme vous savez déjà, on a des réglementations régionales, ce qui est bien. Donc ça permet de faire en sorte que l'expertise qu'ils utilisent en Côte d'Ivoire peut être aussi utilisée dans pas mal de pays de l'Afrique, que ce soit dans le domaine comptable ou dans le domaine juridique. Donc ça, tout ça, c'est des secteurs au niveau des services qui sont en train d'être évalués. Mais en termes de chiffres, ça c'est l'autre point que nous avons constaté, c'est que l'exportation de ces services-là ne sont pas très évalués, ne sont pas très bien évalués. Donc, il n'y a pas de chiffres définitifs clairs qui peuvent être projetés en ce moment. Mais c'est extrêmement important parce que de plus en plus, les services prennent plus de place que les produits. Et même quand on exporte les produits, maintenant, ça va avec des services avec eux. Mais il y a aussi le secteur des services agricoles. Mine de rien, la Côte d'Ivoire étant un pays agricole, nous avons des centres de recherche et des experts dans ce domaine-là également, dont leur expertise est réclamée dans la sous-région et même jusqu'en Afrique centrale et même vers l'Afrique australe. Parce qu'on a développé des capacités de développement très rapides dans certains types d'agriculture. Voilà, vous savez, l'ananas a été originellement conçu et développé à un certain niveau en Côte d'Ivoire. Ça a été exporté dans la sous-région, sans que cela soit vraiment formel. Donc, également, cela se passe aujourd'hui dans le secteur du karité. Ça, c'est encore naissant. Mais la cola également, parce que nous sommes premier producteur mondial de cola et nous exportons cela. Donc, il y a des atouts dans ce secteur des services agricoles. Mais il y a un autre point important des services qui est aussi notre atout en ce moment, c'est le secteur des services financiers et les assurances. Et j'ai la chance d'avoir ici le groupe AFG, Atlantic Financial Group, qui a présenté, ils ont pris une side session hier dans la même salle qui est de l'autre côté de celle-là. Donc, où on a présenté un peu leurs ambitions, où ils ont présenté toutes leurs ambitions dans leur volonté de soutenir le développement et le financement du commerce intra-africain. Et c'est un groupe ivoirien, nous sommes fiers de les avoir. Donc, Madame de Sierra Leone, vous pourrez aussi profiter des possibilités offertes par le groupe Atlantic Finance Group au cas où vous venez vous installer en Côte d'Ivoire pour financer votre petite unité ou grande unité de transformation ou bien d'extraction d'huile de coco. By the way, j'ai regardé les chiffres présentés tout à l'heure, c'était entre 100 000 et 120 000 tonnes de coco que nous produisions chaque année en Côte d'Ivoire. Nous avons près de 30 000 acteurs dans le secteur, 30 000 planteurs, donc c'est énorme. Donc ça, vous avez suffisamment pour vous approvisionner sans problème. L'autre point, je crois que c'était relatif aux ressources halieutiques. Nous avons au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons une zone franche halieutique. Ça, c'est ce qui n'est pas souvent dit. C'est que la côte atlantique de notre côté est très, très poissonneuse, mais malheureusement, il faut des équipements de pointe pour pouvoir exploiter cela de façon viable. Et ces équipements, il y a très peu d'entreprises locales qui ont cette capacité. Donc la plupart sont des navires extérieurs qui ont la licence, qui viennent exploiter et faire la pêche de ces gros poissons. Et nous avons une eau poissonneuse très, 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 très développée. Donc ce qui fait que le thon particulièrement est très, très présent dans nos eaux. Et cela, après la pêche, il y a la possibilité de le transformer soit dans les navires usines, soit dans les zones franches halieutiques qui sont au port d'Abidjan. Donc, ça fait que au niveau interne, nous-mêmes, notre consommation en poisson est tributaire à beaucoup d'importations. Ça, c'est l'un des points que nous voulons développer. Donc, il y a une politique d'encourager la transformation locale de l'élevage local de poissons, soit des poissons carpes ou type des tilapia, non? Et puis les mâchoirons, qui sont très consommés en Côte d'Ivoire et dans la sous-région. Donc, il y a un besoin, il y a justement dans les projets, ce que j'ai regardé tout à l'heure, c'est qu'il y a un projet national pour appeler à investir dans ce secteur. Donc, non seulement il y a le marché national qui a besoin d'être satisfait, nous avons besoin de plus de 600 000 tonnes de ressources de poissons chaque année pour la Côte d'Ivoire, mais aussi il y a toute la sous-région, notamment l'interland, qui peut être fournie dans ce secteur-là. Je ne vois pas très bien qui a posé cette question, ressources halieutiques. Voilà. Okay. D'accord. Donc, merci bien. Il y a également ce secteur, nous aurons l'occasion d'échanger sur spécifiquement ce projet-là. Je vais vous transmettre les fiches lorsque nous allons nous voir tout à l'heure. Donc, tu devais faire quoi? Merci.
Bon, en tout cas, merci les messieurs, mesdames, pour avoir été patients et j'espère que nous vous avons apporté quand même des éléments de réponse. Ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est que faut voir l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export comme votre partenaire pour pouvoir effectivement vous sourcer en Côte d'Ivoire, quelles que soient les demandes et les produits que vous voudrez avoir de la Côte d'Ivoire. L'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export est une agence dont l'expertise s'étend des produits aux services et est permanemment en contact avec le secteur privé ivoirien, est permanemment en train de découvrir des niches et des nouveaux champions et qui ne demande qu'à être en contact avec les entreprises que vous êtes dans les marchés au niveau mondial. Merci beaucoup.
Merci à nos intervenants.
Et merci à tout le public. La discussion va se poursuivre maintenant, après le panel. Juste retenir une chose. La Côte d'Ivoire est une économie ouverte. C'est le premier atout de ce pays, c'est son ouverture. Lorsque nous parlons d'exportation, nous ne parlons pas d'exportation des Ivoiriens. Nous parlons d'exportation de tous ceux qui, profitant du contexte, de l'environnement, de l'écosystème économique, administratif, politique et financier de la Côte d'Ivoire, peuvent créer, développer leurs affaires et exporter également par la Côte d'Ivoire, grâce notamment à un code des investissements concurrentiel. Je pense que l'un des meilleurs au monde, ça, et ce n'est pas du chauvinisme que de le dire. Donc, je vous remercie pour votre patience. Je vous remercie pour toute l'attention que vous avez accordée à ces exposés. Et à présent, madame, nous allons donc encore une fois vous aller et nous allons nous applaudir tous. Et merci pour cette attention.
Merci à nos intervenants. Nous allons leur permettre de regagner leur place et nous les ovationnons jusqu'à ce qu'ils regagnent leur siège. Excellence, s'il vous plaît, une photo de famille avant que vous ne regagniez vos places. Rapidement, une photo de famille. Nous faisons cette photo de famille, après il y en aura d'autres. La toute dernière photo de famille et après les séances vont continuer. Wow. Pendant que la photo de famille est faite, je rappelle qu'il y a une plateforme pour recueillir vos observations, avis et questions. Veuillez scanner le QR code. Pendant que les intervenants regagnent également leur place, je rappelle que nous allons amorcer maintenant la seconde partie qui est le networking. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, distingués publics, nous savons que vous avez encore plusieurs questions, mais permettez que nous puissions les reporter au networking pour vous permettre de les approfondir davantage. Ainsi, de façon concrète, durant le networking, les potentiels investisseurs, les acheteurs, les clients, tous peuvent s'orienter vers les personnes ressources de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export. Vous avez le directeur général de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export qui faisait partie des intervenants. Vous avez également monsieur le directeur du développement et des marchés de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export, ainsi que toute l'équipe qui se tient à votre disposition pour répondre à vos questions et préoccupations. Sur ce, mesdames et messieurs, nous vous disons encore merci d'avoir bien voulu prendre de votre temps pour participer à cette session. Nous vous invitons au B2B. N'hésitez pas, nous sommes disponibles. L'équipe de l'agence Côte d'Ivoire Export est disponible pour répondre à toutes vos préoccupations. Je vous remercie.
Bonsoir, mademoiselle, ça va? Tu vas bien? Madame, ça va? Donc, je suis de l'organisation, je suis du ministère des Affaires étrangères. Je veux juste les noms des participants. Des intervenants ou bien des présents, si tu connais certains personnes. Parce que je suis obligé de faire un rapport sur cette séance.